Hello.
Before we go on the coffee break, I'd like to make a few announcements. Wi-Fi is... Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. The symposium will start in 5 minutes. May I respectfully ask you to take your seats? Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 7th Regional Symposium on Effective Governance and Digital Transformation for Accelerating Progress towards the 2030 Agenda, promoting sustainable, resilient, and innovative solutions. My name is Haekyung Shelley Choi, Program Management Assistant of the United Nations Project Office on Governance, which is part of the Division for Public Institutions and Digital Government of UNDESA.
My name is Samuel Dana. I'm an Associate Capacity Development Expert with the United Nations Project Office on Governance, which is part of DPIDG of UNDESA.
Today, we have about 100 participants from over 35 countries joining us on site, and about 200 participants joining us through Zoom, YouTube, composed of national and local government officials, academia, international organizations, the private sector, and civil society organizations. Let us now begin with a short video introducing the thematic areas of the symposium.
At the midway point on our way to 2030, the SDGs are in deep trouble. Our daily work and practice.
Thank you very much for your kind attention. Now I hope you all enjoy the video. May I have the pleasure to invite Ms. Anna Todland. She is the Governance and Public Administration Expert with the United Nations Project Office on Governance, which is part of the Division for Public Institutions and Digital Government of UNDESA. Now, Anna, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Anna, for such a wonderful moderation of the high-level session. I hope we all really enjoyed the inspiring speeches from our important and distinguished speakers. It's time for the photo section. I would like to first invite our distinguished speakers on the VIP table, the 2 VIP tables, to move to the podium for the first photo session. Please kindly make your way to the podium. Okay, thank you. The next photo session is the whole group session. So I would like to kindly invite everybody to join the podium with our VIP speakers to be able to have the main photo session. Kindly make your way to the podium now. So for your information, all those Thank you very much for your kind attention. Now, may I have the pleasure to invite Ms. Anna Tollan, who is a governance and public administration expert from the United Nations Project Office on Governance, which is part of the Division for Public Institutions and Digital Government of UNDESA, to moderate the high-level session. Anna, you have the floor. Let's welcome her with a big round of applause.
Thank you, Mr. Samuel Dana, for your kind introduction. Excellencies and distinguished guests, I'm honored to welcome you to the 7th Regional Symposium on Effective Governance and Digital Transformation for Accelerating Progress Towards the 2030 Agenda, promoting sustainable, resilient, and innovative solutions. As we have seen in the video, this year's Regional Symposium aims to reflect on how best to equip public institutions with innovative solutions to accelerate action. Without further delay, I would like to officially begin the symposium. It is my great pleasure and honor to introduce the United Nations Under-Secretary General for Economic and Social Affairs, Mr. Lee Jun-hwa, to deliver his opening remarks. USG, Mr. Lee, will deliver his video message.
Your Excellency, Mr. Lee Sang-min, Minister of the Interior and Safety of the Republic of Korea. Your Excellency, Mr. Ban Ki-moon, the former Secretary General of the United Nations. Mr. Yong Je-bok, Mayor of the Incheon Metropolitan City, Republic of Korea. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to welcome you to the 7th Regional Symposium on Effective Governance and Digital Transformation for Accelerating Progress towards the 2030 Agenda, promoting sustainable, resilient, and innovative solutions. I wish to convey my appreciation to the Ministry of the Interior and Safety of the Republic of Korea and the Incheon Metropolitan City for their excellent collaboration in organizing this important event. The Regional Symposium, now in its 7th edition, is a vital platform for exchanging knowledge, ideas, and innovative solutions on how to promote effective governance and digital transformation for sustainable development. This symposium is being held at a time when the Sustainable Development Goals, which carry the hopes, dreams, and expectations of the people everywhere, are at the risk of being left behind, as highlighted by the UN Secretary General. Rescuing the SDGs requires global concerted efforts of the governments, the private sector, and the civil society, working together for a brighter future for all. Promoting peaceful, just, and inclusive societies depends on the good governance at all levels and transparent, effective, and accountable institutions, as reconfirmed at the recent SDG Summit. Public sector innovation and digital transformation are essential to getting us back on track in addressing the world's most pressing challenges. The World Public Sector Report 2023 highlights recent progress achieved by countries in various fields of the public actions and calls for these to be scaled up in order to be truly transformative. The effective delivery of the government services to impoverished and vulnerable communities depends greatly on governments spearheading innovative policies and approaches. This hinges on governments enhancing both national and subnational capacities for innovation and making the necessary investments in digital infrastructure. while ensuring that the benefits and the risks associated with the use of digital technologies are properly addressed. Bridging digital divides is also imperative. Public institutions need to have the capacity to engage and co-create with non-state actors. In addition, governments need to develop the capacities for strategic foresight to implement the forward-looking policies in the context of the growing uncertainty. They should develop the capacities for effective and ethical data governance, as well as cultivate the public servants' mindsets, knowledge, and the skills needed for transformational change in the public sector. I'm confident that this 7th Regional Symposium will provide you with invaluable insights. I wish you a productive symposium. Thank you.
Thank you, Undersecretary General Mr. Lee, for his wonderful remarks. Indeed, as we face multiple challenges, the world needs accelerated action and strong leadership to achieve the inclusive vision of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Next, I have the great honor to introduce His Excellency, Mr. Sang-mi Lee, Minister of the Interior and Safety of the Republic of Korea, to deliver his opening remarks. Mr. Lee, the floor is yours.
안녕하십니까. 대한민국 행정안전부 장관 이상민입니다. 제7회 아시아 태평양 지역 SDG 심포지움에 참석하신 여러분 모두 환영합니다.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am Lee Sang-min, Minister of the Interior and Safety of the Republic of Korea. It is with great pleasure to welcome you to the 7th Regional Symposium on Effective Governance and Digital Transformation for Accelerating Progress towards the 2030 Agenda.
올해도 의미 있는 자리를 만들어 주신 UN 경제사회처 리준하 사무차장님, 인천광역시 유정복 시장님, 그리고 UN 거버넌스 센터 고규창 원장님께 감사의 인사를 드리며 바쁘신 가운데서도 기조 연설을 해주시기 위해 참석해 주신 반기문 재단의 반기문 이사장님께도 감사의 인사를 드립니다.
Mr. Lee Junhwa, Undersecretary General of the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, Mr. Yu Jong-bok, Mayor of Incheon Metropolitan City, and Mr. Go Kyu-chung, Head of the United Nations Project Office on Governance. Thank you all for making this wonderful event and this year's symposium meaningful again. My big thanks go to Mr. Ban Ki-moon, Chairman of the Ban Ki-moon Foundation for a Better Future, gracing us with his presence to deliver a keynote speech despite his busy schedule.
우리는 지난 4년간 전 세계적인 협력을 통해 코로나19의 위험에서 벗어났습니다. 하지만 전례 없는 글로벌 복합 위기 속에서 국가 간 개발 격차, 기후 격차, 디지털 격차는 더욱 확대되고 있습니다. 이러한 격차를 해소하고 2030 지속 가능한 발전 목표를 달성하기 위해서는 그간 유엔과 국제사회가 함께 만들어온 국제규범, 자유와 평화, 인권이라는 인류 보편적 가치에 바탕을 두고 세계 각국, 중앙정부와 지방정부, 시민단체가 모두 함께 더욱 강력히 연대하고 협력해 나가야 합니다.
Distinguished guests, global collaboration over the past 4 years has brought us out of the COVID-19 crisis. However, the development gap, climate gap, the digital divide between countries are widening further in the midst of an unprecedented global complex crisis. To close these gaps and make the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals a reality, countries, national and local governments, civil society organizations, and each and every one of us must work together in stronger solidarity and cooperation based on the international norms and universal human values of freedom, peace, and human rights that the United Nations and the international community have co-created and consolidated.
대한민국 행정안전부는 지속 가능 발전 목표 이행과 글로벌 지역 거버넌스 구축을 위해 세계 최고 수준의 정부 혁신과 디지털 정부 정책을 토대로 더 쉽고 편리한 공공 서비스 제공, 신속한 재난 대응 체계 운영, 중앙과 지방 간 협력을 선도하고 있습니다. 또한 개도국의 공공 행정 개선과 자립 기반 마련을 지원하기 위해 UN 거버넌스 센터 등과 협조하여 193개 UN 회원국과 연대를 실천하고 있으며 대한민국 발전의 원동력이 된 새마을 운동의 보급에도 힘쓰고 있습니다.
The Ministry of the Interior and Safety of the Republic of Korea is leading the way in providing more accessible and convenient public services, such as rapid disaster response system and central and local government coordination system. Building on world-class government innovation and digital government policies in order to accelerate the progress of sustainable development goals and establish global regional governance. The ministry also works closely with the United Nations Project Office on Governance to improve public administration and secure self-sufficiency in developing countries, practicing solidarity with 193 UN member states. We also promote and spread the 새마을 운동, new community development movement worldwide, which was the driving force behind Korea's development.
한국 정부의 이와 같은 노력과 혁신 사례들은 글로벌 차원에서 유엔의 지속 가능 발전 목표를 달성하고 세계가 직면한 공통의 과제들을 해결해 나가는데 기여할 수 있을 것이라 생각을 합니다. 내년에는 공공행정 분야의 최고 권위의 국제 행사인 유엔 공공행정 포럼과 유엔 공공행정상 시상식이 이곳 대한민국에서 개최될 예정입니다. 많은 성원과 관심을 부탁드립니다.
I am confident that the Korean government's efforts and innovation cases can contribute to achieving the UN SDGs worldwide and addressing shared global challenges. In this regard, Korea will host two most prestigious international events in public administration, namely the United Nations Public Service Forum and the United Nations Public Service Awards ceremony here in Korea next year. I look forward to your continued support and attendance.
다시 한번 제7회 아시아 태평양 지역 SDGs 심포지움에 함께해 주신 여러분께 감사와 환영의 말씀을 드리며 이번 심포지움이 세계 시민의 자유, 평화, 번영에 이바지하고 인류가 더 나은 미래로 발전해 나가는 토대가 되기를 기대합니다. 감사합니다.
Once again, I would like to thank and welcome all of you who attend the 7th Regional Symposium on Effective Governance and Digital Transformation for Accelerating Progress towards the 2030 Agenda. I'm more confident that this symposium will contribute to the freedom, peace, and prosperity of citizens around the world and serve as a platform for humanity to develop a better future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. I thank His Excellency Minister Lee for his insightful remarks and for highlighting the solidarity among countries, to show solidarity, to work together, and for announcing next year's public service meeting in Korea. Thank you very much. Let me now welcome our next guest speaker. Let me introduce Mr. Jong-Buk Yoo, Mayor of Incheon Metropolitan City, to deliver his opening remarks. Mr. Yoo, the floor is yours.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Good morning. I am Yu Jung-bok, Mayor of Incheon Metropolitan City. 우선 리저널 심포지엄을 우리 인천에서 개최하게 돼서 매우 기쁘게 생각하고 이 행사를 준비해 주신 이상민 행정안전부 장관님 또 기조연설을 맡아주신 반기문 전 유엔 사무총장님께 각별한 감사 인사를 전해드립니다.
First of all, it is my great pleasure to host this regional symposium in Incheon, and I'd like to thank UN Undersecretary General for Economic and Social Affairs, Mr. Lee Jun-hwa, and former UN Secretary General Mr. Ban Ki-moon for attending today's symposium.
이번 심포지엄은 글로벌 과제 해결을 위한 효과적인 거버넌스 구축과 디지털 혁신의 중요성을 논의하는 아주 중요한 자리입니다.
I believe this symposium serves as a critical venue to discuss the importance of building effective governance and digital transformation in addressing global challenges.
지속 가능한 발전은 인류의 핵심 과제이고 한정된 자원으로 경제 성장을 견고하게 유지하기 위해서는 전 세계 국가와 주요 핵심 도시, 기업을 포함한 이해 당사자들이 함께 행동하고 협력해야만 합니다.
Sustainable development is a core task of humanity. To sustain robust economic growth with limited resources, all stakeholders, including countries, major cities, and businesses around the world, must act together and promote cooperation.
여러분들도 잘 아시다시피 인천은 대한민국의 대표적인 스마트 도시이면서 탄소 중립을 선도적으로 추진해 나가는 도시입니다. 그래서 인천시는 확고한 의지를 갖고 2014년부터 인천 지속가능 발전 기본계획을 수립해 왔습니다.
As you may know, since 2013, Incheon, as a smart city, has been developing Incheon Basic Plan on Sustainable Development with our firm determination.
특히 국가 온실가스 감축에서는 정부 계획보다 5년 앞당긴 2045년 탄소 중립 비전을 선포했습니다.
In particular, ladies and gentlemen, we announced a vision toward carbon neutrality by 2045, which is 5 years earlier than the national target.
우리 인천시에서는 2030년까지 18조를 투자해서 신재생 에너지 확대, 친환경 교통수단 지원을 포함한 그린 에너지 시대로의 대전환을 준비하고 있습니다.
Incheon is now gearing up to make a significant transition to green energy, covering renewable energy expansion and green mobility support with an investment of 18 trillion won by 2030.
특히 올해 인천은 재동포청 유치를 통해서 글로벌 도시로 도약하고 있는 지역입니다. 따라서 300만 인천 시민, 750만 재동포와 함께 온 힘을 다해서 이런 지속 가능 발전 도시를 만들어갈 것입니다.
And especially this year, with the attraction of overseas Korean agency into Incheon as a global city, Incheon will make every effort together with 3 million citizens and 7.5 million Koreans overseas to realize a truly sustainable development.
다시 한번 오늘 리저널 심포지엄 개최를 축하드리면서 참석해 주신 모든 분들의 건강과 행복을 기원합니다.
Once again, I congratulate you on the 2023 Regional Symposium and wish all the participants good health and happiness.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
I thank Mr. Yu for his message and for his assurance that Incheon will continue to cooperate and lend its support towards the sustainable development of the international community. Please give Mr. Yu a warm round of applause. Next, it is my privilege to invite His Excellency Mr. Hendra Susanto, Vice Chair of the Audit Board of the Republic of Indonesia, to deliver his remarks.
Thank you. Good morning. 안녕하세요. My name is Sendra Susanto. I'm Vice Chairman of Audit Board of the Republic of Indonesia. I look like a Korean. Thank you very much inviting us for this important symposium. Excellencies, Mr. Ban Ki-moon, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, sustainability, resilience, and innovation are pivotal in today's uncertain world. The COVID-19 pandemic has brought the world into an era of volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity, coupled with the disruptive technology. As we emerge from the shadows of the pandemic, we find ourselves at a critical juncture. Our path to achieve the SDGs by 2030 has been slow. This global crisis has tested our resilience, adaptability, and capacity for innovation. Conversely, it has also granted us a unique opportunity for self-reflection, to seek innovative solutions, and to draw upon our collective experiences as we look to the future for the sustainability of human lives. With a highly dynamic and changing environment, the Supreme Audit Institution can play a critical role in the provision of assurance, transparency, and accountability by providing oversights, insight, and particularly through the provision of foresights. In an uncertain world, the auditors, in the strategic partnership with the stakeholders, can utilize its foresight role to promote effective governance and accountability to betterment of its citizens. To illustrate, at the onset of the pandemic, Audit Board of the Republic of Indonesia published Indonesia Remade by COVID-19, Scenario, Opportunities and Challenges of Resilience Governments. A key lesson from the pandemic is that of the importance of preparedness. We have seen that early detection and rapid response can save human lives. Foresight requires that we invest in a robust healthcare, economic and social system, and also facilitate swift digital transformation. Digitization of public services provide many opportunities and benefits. Foresight dictates that we harness this to create more sustainable, resilient, and inclusive societies. However, risk can also manifest that require attention, be it with respect of security, confidentiality, and data privacy. At this midpoint, as we look toward 2030, BPK recommends that decision makers develop their foresight capability to improve the quality and effectiveness of policymaking. Last but not the least, let us build strong commitment, synergy, collaboration, and partnership with the principle of no one left behind for more resilient world to cope with professional crises in the future and to accelerate the achievement of 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you. Kamsahamnida.
Thank you for your inspiring remarks and for highlighting the fundamental need of accountability and transparency and collaboration and partnership. Please give a round of applause to His Excellency Hendra Susanto, please. Going forward, it is my esteemed honor to invite Ms. Victorina Kioya, Chief Executive Office, Public Service Commission of Tonga, to deliver her official remarks. Please welcome her with a big round of applause.
Your Excellency, Mr. Ban Ki-moon, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Maloelele, and I bring warm greetings to you all from the Kingdom of Tonga. My name is Victorina Kioya, and I am the CEO of the Public Service Commission for the Government of Tonga. On behalf of the Honorable Prime Minister of Tonga, Honorable Hoakava Meliku, also Minister for the Public Service Commission, it is my great honor and privilege to deliver these opening remarks at this important and very timely regional symposium. As a representative of Tonga, I consider myself a voice for small island development states. As many of you know, the Samoa Pathway Initiative, adopted in 2014, comes to an end next year. This internationally agreed program of action for SIDS has done a lot to raise visibility around the risk, exposure, and the vulnerability of our island nations in the face of climate change, seismic, and extreme weather events. Further proof of our exposure came last month when the Tonga Meteorology Department officially declared El Nino has arrived in our region. This will further complicate our efforts to achieve the SDGs at this halfway point in the roller coaster of unforeseen shocks that we have received as we strive to implement the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. We can expect a more active cyclone season starting next month, and our infrastructure, which is still recovering from a large tsunami last year, will be under further threat. Like other island states in the region, we will have to prepare for the possibility of drought, disease outbreaks, large-scale evacuations, and further damage to our fishing industry from warming seas and coral bleaching. Frequent disasters place significant demands on scarce public resources and sharp increases in global commodity prices, fuel inflation, and increased poverty at household level. At the same time, like many SIDS, we have significant development spending needs if we are to achieve the SDGs and our climate resilient goals. It is my hope then that the partnerships and international cooperation generated by the Samoa Pathway Initiative will continue to grow and flourish beyond 2024 and help us to achieve the SDGs. International support, particularly from Australia, has been important to our economic recovery from COVID-19 and the Hunga Tonga Hunga Hapai volcanic eruption and tsunami. UNDP has provided valuable support to Samoa Pathway priorities, including sustainable energy, disaster risk reduction, and climate change adaptation in a manner that is suited to Tonga's development context. This symposium recognizes the important links between effective governance and digital transformation if we are to achieve the SDGs. The Public Service Commission's fundamental values is that of service and stewardship. The basis of our public sector reform is to attempt to digitize processes and have the most recent technology to help strengthen procedures. This requires civil servants to change our mindsets and attitudes to one that fosters collaboration and partnership. This transformational change involves more than just mainstreaming and alignment of global and regional frameworks into our strategic approaches. While there are 17 goals and hundreds of indicators and targets, the essence of this development is people. Mindset, which is of people, is key to progressing SDGs. I believe that having improved, efficient, and effective processes coupled with our transformed mindset and attitude will work hand in hand to make transformational change in progressing sustainable development goals. In Tonga, Our Ministry of Health now has public health data management systems in place, and data has been digitized across 4 public health departments. This leaves us much better equipped to reduce the impact of any future disease outbreaks. We have mainstreamed Sustainable Development Goals, Sendai Framework, Addis Ababa, Samoa Pathway, and work has started in mainstreaming also the 2050 Blue Pacific strategy into our national planning process. However, more needs to be done to strengthen our digital infrastructure, which will enhance the delivery of public services and enable e-commerce in a small country which is heavily dependent on remittances and development assistances. Sustainable Development Goals emphasizes on strengthening collaborations, strengthening nexus, and focuses on results. It gives me great joy to see that this symposium will examine behavioral science and changing mindsets in government for improved policies, leadership, innovation, digital government transformation, and partnerships. This also highlights the important role my office plays in ensuring that there is strong collaboration and partnership to ensure no one is left behind and there is improved public service delivery. The political declaration at the SDG Summit recognizes the special challenges facing SIDS and calls upon the international community to take the opportunity of the 4th International Conference on Small Island Development States in May next year to identify and address the key priority issues of SIDS. This is especially important considering the 10-year-long implementation of the Samoa Pathway. Before I conclude, I want to express my gratitude to the Ministry of Interior and Safety of Korea, the Mayor of Incheon Metropolitan City, and UNDES's Project Office of Governance of the Division of Public Institutions and Digital Government. Thank you for organizing this significant event. It holds great meaning for us, the representatives from small island states, as well as for all the participants in the room and online. I genuinely hope that the knowledge generated from this symposium will lead to tangible actions in each of our countries. Let's make a commitment to return next year, and together we can report our progress in governance and digital transformation. I look forward to actively taking place in this symposium and learning a lot from you all. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Victorina Kioia, for your insightful remarks. Now it is a great pleasure to invite Ms. Malini Mehra, Chief Executive Globe International, to deliver her official remarks through video.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good day. It is a pleasure for me to join virtually the 7th Regional Symposium and represent Globe International, which is a cross-party network of parliamentarians dedicated to improving governance for sustainable development. Globe was created over 30 years ago, and our members play a key role in establishing legislation on climate change, biodiversity, and natural resource protection. It is vital that national legislators are aware of international policy processes on sustainable development, such as the High-Level Political Forum, and that they rally behind key outcome documents, such as the Political Declaration issued at last month's SDG Summit. Globe endeavors to create that awareness and support for these vital policy fora. The need is clear. Both the SDGs and the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda are badly off track, and an urgent realignment is needed. As today's regional symposium knows only too well, much of this region is not on track to achieve any of the 17 SDGs. It is therefore very significant that heads of state and government have now recommitted to their effective implementation, despite the obstacles and challenges that have arisen since their adoption in 2015. The dreams and aspirations of millions who live in poverty today depend on the SDGs being realized. We know this is not easy, and it seems things are getting harder every day. For example, the exponential growth in extreme weather events across this region, along with COVID-19 and geopolitical conflicts, have greatly changed people's perceptions, experience, and understanding of economic and disaster risk. But this is also brought into focus for many the importance of good leadership, action-oriented partnerships, and good governance. I know that clear vision, strategic planning, and foresight within and across public sectors are key concerns for all those attending this important regional symposium. Over the coming 3 days, you can gain fresh insights from colleagues on how to boost national and local efforts to strengthen governance so that we have strong institutions supported by policies and legislation that avoid the creation of unnecessary risk and mitigate the impacts of those risks that are already present in society. In this region, the threats of the next pandemic must be considered alongside a multitude of risk drivers, including global warming, demographic change, rapid urbanization, weak governance, rising poverty, and greater demand for natural resources. Democratic governance is essential to addressing these challenges, and public servants have a key role to play in maintaining it. This forum can also feed into discussions on climate change and climate justice as we prepare for COP28, which starts at the end of November. The obstacles to keeping global warming at 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels are clearly no longer technological, but political. However, we have commitments, but we also need to see action on a grand scale as a result of forums like this, which can build momentum for change. After all, positive change is what effective governance is all about. I commend the organizers for their foresight in organizing this regional symposium and wish all participants excellent and insightful days ahead. Thank you for your attention and your commitment to the SDGs.
Thank you, Ms. Malini Mera, for your refreshing remarks. We would like also to recognize the presence of Sang-Hai Choi, President of Korea of the Institute of Public Administration, KIPA, with a round of applause. And we would like to recognize the presence of Mr. Il-Jang Kim, Korea Research Institute for Local Administration. Thank you very much. Finally, may I have the esteemed honor to invite His Excellency Mr. Ban Ki-moon, the 8th Secretary General of the United Nations, to deliver his keynote speech. Let's welcome with a round of applause, please.
Honorable Lee Sang-min, Minister of Interior and Safety of the Republic of Korea, Honorable Yu Jung-bok, Mayor of Incheon Metropolitan City, and I'd like to thank Honorable Lee Jun-hwa, Undersecretary General of the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, who sent us good, encouraging messages. And I'd like to also thank Mr. Go-Kyu Chang, Head of UN Project Office on Governance, and many distinguished speakers who have participated in this. Just excuse me that because of the time limit, I'm not going to recognize and all of the participants. Thank you very much. It is a great privilege for me to speak to you today at this 7th UN DESA Regional Symposium on Economic Governance and Digital Transformation for Accelerating Implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and Addressing Global Challenges. I take this opportunity to express my warmest congratulations on the organization of this symposium, which comes at a critical juncture for both Asia and Pacific region and our common actions to advance implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals with 2030 Agenda. My special appreciation goes to all of the participants, delegates, public officials, and partners from Asia, Africa, and beyond who have assembled for this symposium. Your active work in government, international organizations, academia, NGOs, and the private sector is essential as we strive to empower effective governance and digital transformation to promote sustainable, resilient, and innovative solutions to achieve the SDGs. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, actually, we are living in an unprecedented era of new interconnected crises and elevated global uncertainty. Great power rivalry is intensifying, particularly between the United States and China. And the illegal Russian aggression against Ukraine represents one of the most dangerous moments for global security in decades, with a profound humanitarian and economic repercussion. And the current Middle East conflict between Israel and Hamas, and now the United States joining the Europe and other Arab Middle East countries joining and supporting Hamas, this will create serious challenges again, in addition to Ukrainian situation. This will affect every aspect of our life: politics, diplomacy, peace, development, and human rights. I sincerely hope that the United Nations Secretary General and leaders of the big powers will really engage in this, not to expand these useless fightings. Middle East conflict has been there for many decades now. Why at this time, when we have to consolidate all our resources and powers, energies on sustainable development and addressing climate change? This is really a serious problem. Please remember that we are living in a really very difficult situation. Therefore, how to improve our governance project, how to implement sustainable development and sustainable as well as climate change agreement, that must be our priority for this. In that regard, I hope this meeting will really energize the importance of this effort, as well as our strong commitment to engage in sustainable development and peaceful world. In addition to these political crises, COVID-19 is still here, but less of the crisis after having caused extraordinary disruptions to our health systems, economies, societies, and way of life since early 2030. At the same time, our planet is on fire, both literally and figuratively, as the climate crisis deepens with the surging temperatures, burning wildfires, and raging floods. Indeed, July 2023 was Earth's hottest summer ever recorded. Global crises such as conflict, pandemics, and climate change have underlined our interconnectedness. These are all interconnected. Nothing is alone on its own. They have also made it clear that we need cooperative solutions to address the challenges that we are facing now. And such solutions must be rooted in partnership and inclusivity and centered on enhancing sustainability, health, security, and prosperity for all people everywhere. Today, I will first speak to you about where we currently stand in the sphere of global development, as well as the great need for coming together in partnership to accelerate progress the UN SDGs. Second, I will highlight a few specific SDGs that I believe are key enablers in the achievement of 2030 agenda as a whole, and how focusing on these can kickstart the action we greatly need to get back on track. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have taken big leaps forward in the field of global development in recent years, particularly since 2000. The great global community, guided by MDGs, Millennium Development Goals, announced in 2000, has drastically improved human welfare around the world. The MDG established in 2000 represent 8 guiding posts and goals for the world to achieve by 2050. When I assumed my job in 2007, I thought that there's no way that by 2015 these 8 goals would be achieved. That's why, since the beginning of my day one, I started to think about the future in addition to MDGs. There was only one goal: cutting in half the abject poverty. But that was only possible because of China's contribution. That's one country just increased the target goal. That was the only one which was met. But rest of the countries, still there were abject poverty. That's why I began early, 2030 agenda. I am proud to have prioritized these 2 issues: SDGs with the 17 goals and climate change, which was adopted in Paris. Those were all adopted in 2015. That's what I am very proud. But why we are gathering here? Because SDG, again, is not going to happen by the target year by 2030. The member states are gathering, and they have already held summit meetings in New York last September. I have advised my successor, current Secretary General Antonio Guterres, there will be no way that these SDGs will be met altogether. Therefore, you must think about the successor vision of Sustainable Development Goals. By 2030, there must be successor vision which will lead whole world's people together to make sure that there should be nobody who should suffer from abject poverty. There should be nobody who should die from preventable diseases. In this 21st medical science, there are still many people who are dying from preventable diseases. Why? Because they are poor. They are not able to purchase any medicine, or they are not able to get any medical support. People are dying. Another big target: there should be no children who would not be able to attend at least middle school. This is a target of Sustainable Development Goals. There are still many children, school-aged children, who are not able to go to even middle school. This is injustice. This is not acceptable. That's why we must do much more. Now today, as I said, 8 years since their adoption, SDGs have made notable progress. But as I said, so far away, far away. I'm glad the Secretary General has convened a meeting on this matter last September. But meeting itself would not be helpful. There must be some strong political will. I am very sorry to tell that political leaders, wherever, whoever may be, including maybe in Korea, political leaders, they are much more focused in their domestic politics. How to get more parliamentarians elected, how to get more mayors, how to get their national economy prosper. They are not thinking about many African, many small island developing countries, many Middle East and developing countries. That's why, still as a former Secretary General, I am traveling around the world, meeting the leaders. Please show your political leaders. We have limited resources, limited time, but if political leaders are united, if political leaders are determined to make sure that climate change will be implemented, SDGs will be implemented, I think, even though we may not be able to hit all the targets, but still we'll be able to have significant progress in our daily lives. In addition, apart from this, now there are more and more political problems are happening. I have just mentioned current illegal Russian aggression in Ukraine and Middle East conflict now. I'm afraid to tell you that these two, seemingly far away from Korea, seemingly far away from many Asian Pacific countries, this will definitely affect whole of the global peoples and economies and their political system. Therefore, we must first put off those two fires in Ukraine and Middle East. That's what, as a former Secretary General, I'm going to do. In fact, I was in Middle East, Israel and Palestine, in my own capacity as a former Secretary General. I met President of Israel, I met President of Palestine, and I've been urging them, why you are not able to reconcile? I'm afraid this is another biggest crisis since Yom Kippur War in 1973. 50 years after, I'm sure that this will be even more serious one. This will affect you and me, Korea, Asia, European countries, African. All the countries will be affected from this Middle East crisis and Ukrainian crisis. Therefore, we must make sure that political leaders first be committed to address global agenda, which was adopted in 2015. Mostly, international community has always been divided. I have seen only two times in my life, maybe in the history of the United Nations, when whole leaders were united as one. There was a time when leaders were all united to adopt Sustainable Development Goals on September 25th, 2015 at the United Nations. Even Pope Francis came. And another moment of unity, December 12, 2015 in Paris, when whole world's people, leaders, they were united. These are only two moments which I witnessed with my eyes during my time as Secretary General. I am deeply worried. Now I don't have any power now to enforce them. I hope that including President of Korea, Prime Minister of Japan, and President of China, and all Asian leaders will just speak with one voice. And I hope that Americans and Chinese, they will really reconcile their relationship. There is no China, there is no United States in these global challenges. Climate change does not differentiate where you are living, whether you are living in this prosperous China, Korea or China, United States. Look at what had happened in the United States Pacific area, West Coast. There were serious wildfires. Look at in Canada, another prosperous countries. They were just helpless in this wildfire. Look at the Middle East area. They are all suffering. Look at in Africa. They are all suffering from poverty and long spell of drought. Unless we meet the target of carbon neutrality by 2050, I'm afraid to tell you that the humanity has no hope, no future. That's why many countries, including Korea, they have declared carbon neutrality by 2050. But declaration does not mean that we are there. Declaration must be implemented, as they have declared. I am encouraged that Europeans, Americans, and most of the countries declared carbon neutrality by 2050. But I'm not sure whether we will be able to keep this 1.5 degrees Celsius under control by 2050. The WMO, UN WMO, has already announced that global temperature has risen 1.15. We have just 0.35% degree, 0.35 degrees to keep under control by 2050. Can we do it? I don't think it is possible. It's just impossible, impossible goal. But at least we have to do all we have to do. Now, governance project, that's very important. That's why we are gathering here. How to make a good project on not only on administrative, but on global agendas, particularly on sustainable development and climate change. There is not a single country in this world, however powerful, however resourceful one may be. Like you look at the case of United States, most powerful, most resourceful. China, the biggest, second biggest economy. European Unions, they are helpless against this climate phenomena. The scientists have warned already that if we do not keep our climate change agreement by 2050, in 100 years, we may face the sixth mass extinction. Now, what does mass extinction means? Mass extinction means that 70% of all living human and animals will perish on this earth. That may be the end of this earth and humanity if 70% of human beings die in 100 years. Then when this fifth extinction, mass extinction happened, that happened, according to scientists, 65 million years ago. 65 million years ago, such mass extinction happened. Then why on this 21st century with the science and technology and economic prosperity, why we have to suffer mass extinction of this earth? That's the end of this earth and humanity. Therefore, I'm really urging all of you, whether you are from Korea or whatever, whichever country you may be from, we are all in one. We are all in one. I am asking you, let us join all our hands on the deck together. That's the only one, only answer. We have to promote global partnership. Global partnership will bring us together, regardless of their political ideology or whatever it may be. We are same humanity. We are living only one earth. One earth. This is the only place we have to live succeeding generations. So ladies and gentlemen, let us work together to make this world sustainable, where everybody can work with the peace and harmony and the prosperity. That we have to make commitment, strong commitment here today. Thank you very much for your attention. I wish you all the best.
Let us thank Mr. Ban Ki-moon for the very stimulating words with a big round of applause. This concludes our high-level opening session, and I turn the floor back to the mics, MCs.
Thank you so much, Anna, and all our distinguished speakers for such inspiring remarks. We are behind time, so I would like to just move straight to the photo session. We are having two. So the first will be it will be composed by our VIP distinguished speakers. So kindly make your way to the podium so that we take the first group photo. After that one, we have the general photo. Please. Yes, the two VIP seats, you move in here, then we have the first photo. Other colleagues, kindly get ready after the photo, then we just join and have the general one. Yes.
natural sciences and the social sciences, and come from all regions of the world. The GSDR was mandated in 2015 when the SDGs were also agreed, because decision makers recognized the need for a sound basis of evidence to inform decisions to achieve the SDGs. The 2023 GSDR, just launched, is entitled Times of Crisis, Times of Change: Science for Accelerating Transformations to Sustainable Development. Because the report is written every 4 years, it's not just a focus of this group, but it's a product of extensive consultations, outreach, and engagement with experts and scientists from all over the world. There were several regional consultations that took place also to inform the report, so that it truly is an assessment of assessments and draws on knowledge and the information coming from stakeholders in very different contexts and reflects their concerns. Even though it is a global report, it's based in local knowledge from across the world. The GSDR gives an overview of progress that complements the Sustainable Development Goals report that Yang Yi will soon present. And it shows that the SDGs are far off track, with stagnation and backslides in the face of multiple crises. The green represents those SDGs that are on track to be achieved by 2030, and you see that there are a few of them. The red are the most concerning in that they're moving backwards and far off track. The orange have really seen very little progress, and the yellow really need to be accelerated in terms of scaling up achievements toward 2030. The crises have brought significant setbacks, including in poverty eradication, gender equality, education, and eliminating hunger. There's a growing gap between high and low-income countries. And future crises are to be expected unless urgent action is taken to build resilience through SDG implementation. A key message of the report coming from the scientific analysis is that business as usual pathways will not work. Transformation and game-changing interventions are needed. The report looks closely at how to support transformative change, and it looks closely at the interlinkages between SDGs, suggesting that only through interlinked approaches, where actions address multiple SDGs at one time, can the goals all be achieved. There are 6 entry points identified in the report that show special potential for harnessing these synergies among the goals and addressing important trade-offs. The entry points are human well-being and capabilities, sustainable and just economies, sustainable food systems and healthy nutrition, energy decarbonization with universal access, urban and peri-urban development, and the global environmental commons. These are crucial areas where, for example, nutrition can be scaled up, access to food security, but also the preservation of freshwater resources and soil resources, the livelihoods, gender equality. All of these can be addressed through these different entry points. The report also looks at the process of transformation, tracing an S-curve where promising solutions, promising technologies first emerge. Maybe they're at a small scale. Maybe they're in incubators or in small enterprises, and they need support to be scaled up. Governments, public institutions can help with accelerating these promising solutions, enabling a scaling up, and finally enabling stabilization, where new social norms, new technologies, new approaches become a standard, and business as usual is left in the past. There are tipping points that must be achieved to hit this phase of acceleration. For example, scaling down the use of single-use plastics with policies, or the scaling up of the use of the smartphone, which has dramatically changed how societies operate. With strategic combinations of levers, it's possible to enable SDG solutions to move from emergence to acceleration to stabilization. The report also recognizes that there are many impediments to transformation, and these have to be identified and addressed. High upfront capital costs, immature technologies and markets, political feasibility, ingrained practices and behaviors. Science can be used to identify these and understand them so that policies can engage directly with these impediments and find ways to overcome them. I'm going to skip this slide just in the interest of time, but the important point is that these entry points also can reinforce one another. So looking at how food systems and energy systems relate can also help to scale up progress. The GSDR has a call to action section, and this is what's important, and this is what did inform the SDG Summit when world leaders came together to really discuss how to scale up action on the SDGs. The report called for transformation frameworks for accelerated action, with national plans setting key priorities for SDGs and identifying specific bottlenecks, because the interlinkages that exist within different entry points are very context-specific. And finding the analysis that identifies how they operate in a specific country or region is an important part of building the evidence base to inform policy. The report calls for building capacities for transformation, investing in training, foresight analysis, public engagement, and negotiating skills so that different decision makers have the ability to seamlessly work across sectors. And there's a call for working with science and investing in evaluation research, building research centers, especially in the developing countries, and ensuring that knowledge is shared, that there's open access to different valuable data and information. Moving to the next crucial area to support SDG acceleration over the next 7 years. Key to this will be partnerships. At this point of the journey toward SDG implementation, we need all hands on deck, all stakeholders for implementing the 2030 agenda. Let me flag 5 key ways that partners can be involved. First, civil society organizations have close connections with communities and the most vulnerable groups. By engaging them, governments can get a better understanding of the perceptions and needs of the people they serve. Second, civil society organizations also have an important role to play in holding governments accountable to their national and international commitments and responsibilities and fostering SDG achievements. Stakeholders also contribute to raising awareness of the SDGs through their constituencies. And stakeholders can directly contribute to policy implementation through their expertise in service provision. They're usually at the forefront of the design of solutions and innovative means of implementation. And finally, stakeholders can contribute resources and enhance the effectiveness, transparency, and ownership of strategies directed toward SDG implementation. Based on our experiences in building partnerships at the Division for Sustainable Development Goals in UNDESA, we've identified the following cornerstones for any effective partnership building strategy. Partnership brokering between stakeholders by identifying those who can contribute to the issues at stake and those who are affected by bringing them to the table. With its convening power, the United Nations can create a space for these partnerships at the national, regional, and global levels, and foster dialogue among key actors around trade-offs and benefits that involve the SDGs. As a second step, we need to create an enabling environment for multi-stakeholder partnerships. Among other elements, this requires convening actors such as governments working in close collaboration with national and regional UN offices and other lead partners to develop standards which can serve as guidance to all actors. The last point is that open and honest communication are key to partnerships. So we need to create a safe space and dialogue and trusted relationships between governments, UN partners, and stakeholders, which can generate opportunities for learning from each other and identifying best practices, and ensure that any bottlenecks can quickly be identified and addressed. I want to point lastly to the SDG Actions platform, because for several years, DESA has been supporting member states at the UN and stakeholders to register their commitments and multi-stakeholder partnerships that aim to support SDG implementation. I invite you to please visit these platforms and check those that are most relevant to your work and register your commitments. I also call your attention to the SDG Summit and Accountability Platform, which was established in connection with the SDG Summit earlier this year, and already features a number of national commitments and stakeholders' accelerated actions. In September, it already included over 133 national commitments that were registered to the platform. And this chart just shows the areas that some of these commitments reflect, with leaving no one behind standing at the forefront of the commitments that have been registered. I just want to conclude with a focus on one of the most important aspects of progress moving toward 2030. And this is creating a global enabling environment for SDG implementation, with a focus on the means of implementation in developing countries. And this is something that the Secretary General has called for in a rescue plan for people and planet to achieve the SDGs, which includes an SDG stimulus to support developing countries, recognizing that fiscal space and the ability to finance important initiatives will be crucial over the next 7 years. The SDG Summit Political Declaration makes significant headway on SDG financing and also calls for data for monitoring and tracking progress and expanding access to STI and knowledge. There are commitments to discuss the reform of the international financial institutions, and there are also references to the Summit of the Future to be held in 2024, which will be a platform to edit, adjust, and renew our multilateral governance systems to better deliver on SDG commitments. All of these, the science and evidence, the partnerships, and the enabling environment and strengthened multilateralism will be crucial over the next 7 years as we move to accelerate progress and make our best effort to achieve the SDGs. Thank you.
Thank you, Asher. Asher gave us a very kind of comprehensive, informative, and insightful presentation. And she addressed that the three most important accelerators to bring back the SDG back on the track. What's basically the system level transformation and partnership and stakeholder engagement, and also strengthen the multilateral and global enabling environment. She covered many dimensions in these kind of three areas. She talked about the SDG progress report, and also those kind of transformation to SDGs, what's entry points and levels, which are very important, and also what's the common impediments to transformation, and also the importance of a partnership and stakeholder engagement, and the strategies and the approaches to engage the multi-stakeholders, And also, she also mentioned those kind of SDG action platform, and also the national SDG summit commitments, and also how the UN can play as a convening power to create a global enabling environment. This presentation is very important to set the broad scene for our further discussions on for the next 3-day regional symposium. Thank you, Asher. Yeah. So now let me try to invite Ms. Yongyi Ming to present her presentation. Yongyi, yeah, you have the floor.
Thank you, Kapin. Can you hear me?
Great, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Can I see the presentation?
We can see you clearly, no problem. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So thank you so much, Kirping, and thank you for the organizer to invite me to this very important regional symposium. And I would like to focus on some of the data insight from the Sustainable Development Report 2023, the special edition. And I think Astra already covered some of the policy insight, and I will just focus on the data insight.
Sorry, you need to interrupt you. Can you speak a bit loudly? It seems a little bit
okay,
weak
yeah.
voice. Okay, thank you.
Okay, and also I don't see the presentation from my side, so is it possible so I can see the presentation?
Yongyi, we will play the slide for you. You just go ahead.
Okay, now
when you finish,
now I
just the
can
next.
see.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, see it. Thank you very much, for colleagues. And next, please. So today, 8 years after the historical declaration of the adoption of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, how much progress have we made, and how much more ground must we cover to fully implement the SDG by 2030? Next, please. Recently published the SDG Report 2023 Special Edition, offering a sovereign assessment of the global progress towards achieving the SDGs. So insight derived from the latest global level data and also from custodian agencies analysis shows among the accessible 138 targets, a merely 15% are on track to be achieved by 2030. Nearly half, 48% of the targets, show moderate or severely deviated from the desired trajectory. Furthermore, over one-third, 37% of the targets have experienced no progress or have regressed below the 2015 baseline years. Climate change, conflict, the lingering effect of the COVID pandemic, and other global challenges are threatening to derail hard-earned progress towards SDGs. Next, please. So the world is still reeling from the impact of the pandemics, which caused a significant reverse in development outcome. For instance, in 2022, about 9.2% of the world population was facing chronic hunger, which is 122 million more than in 2019. 1 in 3 people were moderately or severely food insecure, meaning they did not have access to adequate food. This figure reflects alarming 391 million more people than in 2019. Childhood vaccination experienced the largest decline in 3 decades. 25 million children missed out on routine immunization in 2021, 6 million more than in 2019. Next, please. So COVID has also had devastating impact on education, caused learning losses in 4 out of 5 of the 104 countries studied. The economic after effects are equally severe. In 2020 alone, the pandemic caused the largest rise in between country inequality in at least 30 years. Next, please. The world also faces a triple crisis of climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss. The climate crisis is worsening, with greenhouse gas emission continuing to rise. Global temperature is already 1.1 degree above pre-industrial levels and is likely to reach the critical 1.5 degree tipping point by 2035. Intensifying heat waves, droughts, flooding, and wildfires have already become far too frequent, affecting almost everyone around the globe. The rate of sea level rise has doubled in the last decades. Rising sea levels are threatening hundreds of millions of people in coastal communities. Next, please. The ocean is also in a state of emergency as intensely increasing eutrophication, acidification, ocean warming, and plastic pollution worsen its health. In a striking signal of an ocean that cannot breathe, crawfish, lobster have been observed leaving the sea to survive. So a recent walkout in early 2023 in South Africa saw around 5 tons of endangered lobster escaping, prompting an emergency plan for their rehabilitation in the already struggling fishing community. In addition, the world is currently facing the largest species extinction events since the dinosaur age. The Red List Index, which measures species extinction risk, has deteriorated by about 11% since 1993, with accelerating decline rate each decade. Next, please. By May 2023, war, conflict, and human rights violation had led to a staggering record of 110 million people displaced, marking the highest figure ever recorded. Alarmingly, the year 2022 also witnessed a more than 50% increase in conflict-related civilian deaths, largely due to the war in Ukraine. And next, please. While the lack of SDG progress is universal, it's often the worst poorest and the most vulnerable people who are bearing the brunt of the consequences. Developing countries are also disproportionately affected as they are grappling with a growing burden of external debt, inflation, rising interest rates, trade tensions, and constrained fiscal capacity. As of November 2022, 37 out of 69 of the world's poorest countries were either at high risk of or already in debt distress. Meanwhile, 1 in 4 middle-income countries faced a high risk of fiscal crisis. Some countries with unsustainable level of debt service have already opted for severe debt reconstruction, while others remain vulnerable. Next, please. The world could face big misses across the globe by 2030 if we do not take immediate and concrete actions, mobilize resources effectively, and ensure sustained commitment from government, organizations, individuals worldwide. The report showed that on the current trend, 575 million people will still be living in extreme poverty in 2030. In education, the impacts of years of underinvestment and learning losses are such that by 2030, some 84 million children will be out of school, and 300 million children or young people who attend school will leave unable to read and write. The way things are going, next slide, please. The way things are going, it will take 300 years to end child marriage, 286 years to close gender gaps in legal protection and remove discriminatory laws, and 140 years to achieve equal representation in leadership in the workplace. Next, please. Despite these setbacks, there's a reason for hope. The world has made critical advancements in recent decades in areas such as poverty reduction, reducing child mortality, and access to basic services. Since 2015, 800 million more people have been connected to the electricity grid. Today, 146 out of 200 country or area have already met or on track to meet the SDG target on under 5 mortality. Effective HIV treatment has cut global AIDS-related deaths by 52% since 2010. Next, please. Harnessing innovation and technology can also drive SDG progress. 95% of the world population has mobile broadband access, and 2 in 3 people use the internet. And next, please. And we have also seen the potential positive impact on service deliveries of effectively harnessing the data and tapping digital solutions. Next, please. Looking ahead to the 2030 deadline, the task of rescue of the SDG is daunting but possible. With a surge in action and investment, we can deliver on the central commitment to end poverty and leaving no one behind. This is why the UN Secretary General has called for a rescue plan for people and planet. He had laid out a series of critical actions in 5 key areas to get the SDG on track, urging the world leaders to commit to 7 years of transformative action, advance concrete policies to leave no one behind, strengthen SDG delivery, and deliver the SDG stimulus, and boost the capacity of the UN development system. So the 2030 agenda set a clear vision of what we can achieve. It's now up to all of us to ensure the journey is successful and its gains irreversible. We owe it to ourselves and to our future generation to achieve the SDG in full and on time. Next, please. So you can visit, you can learn more from the SDG reports 23. We also have a short progress chart summarizes the progress for all the SDG targets. And thank you very much. Back to you, Ke-ping.
Thank you, Yongyi. Yeah, you give us a global panorama of SDG implementation. The key message from your presentation is very clear. The SDGs are in peril. And if no action, if taken, and if the current trend continues, the world will face big misses across the goals. And also the multiple crises, including climate change, COVID-19, war and conflict will further aggravating the situation. And also we are very worried to see that the developing countries and the poorest and the most vulnerable people are bearing the brunt, and many countries are facing the debt crisis. You also highlight the importance of the innovation technologies and the power of data can help us in monitoring the SDG implementation and also guide our path to 2030 agenda. And also now it's really, we have no time to lose and we have to, must act and also turn the trend, yeah. Okay, thank you, Yongyi, so much. Yeah. Before I move to the next speaker, may I make a technical announcement? So for our online participants, please use the gallery mode on Zoom so you can see the speakers and also the slides at the same time. Thank you. So now let me have the pleasure to invite Ms. Tiziana Bonapes, the Director for the ICT and Disaster Risk Reduction of ESCAP, to deliver her presentation. Tiziana, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much, Ke-ping, and a very good morning to everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'd like to start off by thanking sincerely Mr. Ko, the head of UNPOC, together with MOIS and the city of Incheon for the warm invitation extended to ESCAP. I think we had a very meaningful opening session, a number of insightful presentations, and in particular our former UN Secretary General, Mr. Ban Ki-moon. I think he gave a very thought-provoking statement, and he gave us, I think, some challenging questions and some homework. Each one of us, there was something that he left behind as food for thought. So my presentation today, so I'm from ESCAP, which is the Regional Commission of the UN. So it's very much in line with the presentation that was given by my New York colleagues, Astra and Yongyi. I'll just perhaps be doing a little bit more of a regional deep dive. And then I'll also be talking about the opportunities, the science, technology, and innovation opportunities, and in particular something that Astra mentioned, that maybe the more transformative aspects of achieving the SDGs are really by leveraging on entry points where the SDGs are interlinked, and science, technology, and innovation holds, I think, a lot of potential for that. So I'll be showing a few practical examples of our work related to that. So SDG progress in Asia Pacific, same story. It's been slow. It has increased from 4.4% implementation in 2017 to 14.4% in 2022, but at the current rate of implementation, SDGs would be achieved in about 42 years. And then when we look at the SDGs one by one, behind, off track, that dark black line, 2022, is where on track implementation should be. So off track for all the goals. The goals that have made more progress are Goal 7 on affordable and clean energy, and then Goal 9 on industry, innovation, and infrastructure. So that's where the more positive implementation has been. The major concern is climate action. Climate breakdown, climate crisis, we saw from the presentation of Yongyi a couple of minutes ago, and the progress is in regression, and by far in regression. So a major concern. But digital technology and digital innovation accelerates progress towards the SDGs. And in an interesting study that ITU did, the countries with stronger digital infrastructure made more SDG progress between 2010 and 2020 compared to their peer countries, irrespective of their income group. So in both the lower middle income as well as the high income countries, when compared with their peers, more SDG progress was made if the digital infrastructure was in place. So the digital infrastructure is the essential condition. It's not necessary, it's not the sufficient, but it is the essential condition. And then, according to our work, we have identified 8 entry points for leveraging digital technologies and data for climate change. So I won't be going through each of the 8 points, but you're welcome to ask for further clarifications or to know more about it at the end of the presentation. Okay, so I think there is also a need to a little bit change the mindsets, and digital technology can also help us, change the mindsets. And we need, I think, to a little bit recalibrate this traditional trade-off where I think there is still this, great emphasis on growth, on economic growth, and then the environment, still has an absorptive capacity. So that mindset, I think, is still, is still present. But the key stakeholder here, in our view, is the youth. And rightly so, because the youth is the stakeholder that is the most affected by climate change. And we see how the economic behavior of youth has changed. We see them willing to pay, more than half of them are willing to pay at least 10% more for goods and services if they are climate friendly. Very few that are unwilling to pay. So almost, more than 3/4 are willing to pay something, and some are willing to pay much more if it's climate friendly. And then we also see a tremendous increase over the past decade in terms of climate change awareness. So this is really where a combination of digital innovation in the hands of the youth is the more hopeful message. So this is basically just once again about the trade-off, the zero-sum game, but by enabling innovation, increasing productivity, and that change in mindsets, collaboration, the augmentation of education opportunities, we have already seen the mindset of the youth changing. We need to do it for all age groups, because learning and education is lifelong. And as societies age, they also need to adapt to the realities. And this also has implications for governance and policy decision makers, people in power and who determine the policies that affect the future generations. So the next thing I'd like to talk about is disasters, and because I feel that this is another one of those points where SDGs are interlinked, and it comes back to the point that Astra made. There is no specific goal on disasters, but disaster losses are on the increase. More and more disaster losses are climate related, and Asia and the Pacific is disproportionately affected by disaster losses. And disasters know no boundaries, because more and more of them are climate related. So they are transboundary. We have mapped the risk hotspots. We have divided them into the emerging ones, which are the green ones, and then the intensifying ones. And you will see intensifying ones, particularly in the southwestern part of Asia, Southeast Asia, large parts of Australia. This is linked to land degradation, desertification, sand and dust storms, and then you also see large swaths of new emerging risk hotspots. And now related to this is the fact that Asia Pacific remains the most digitally divided region of the world. And this is what emerges from the data we have and from our Asia Pacific digital transformation, shaping our digital future, our flagship publication. Now, for sure, the Asia Pacific is the most digitally divided because, as you can see from that top whisker, the most advanced digital innovators are in this region. We also have a number of middle-income countries that are showing a lot of dynamism in terms of digital adaptation, but then there's a whole group of low-income countries where very little has changed in over 2 or 3 decades. And so that digital divide in a paradigm of digital by default, which became our paradigm after the pandemic, is threatening very deep socio-economic divides. And so in terms of good practices, ESCAP responses, we have a regional cooperative mechanism on ICT, which has been endorsed by our commission through a resolution. It is called the Asia Pacific Information Superhighway Initiative. There is an action plan over 4 years, consisting of 3 pillars: connectivity for all, that is basically the infrastructure, digital technologies and applications, and then the whole issue of the management, sharing, and use of digital data. This is very much a member-driven initiative. There are 3 working groups with co-chairs. We have the first working group, which has Armenia and the United States as co-chair. The second working group has Russian, I'm having difficulty seeing. Anyway, then the third working group has Kazakhstan and Republic of Korea as the co-chairs. So we have a very wide representation of countries across the entire geographic spectrum, as well as the development spectrum. And there is a very good, spirit of collaboration in this initiative. So this is one of the areas, I think, where member states work collaboratively and cooperatively. We're also very much, building institutional capacity across a variety of pilot projects, and then this is supported by analytical work. Our 2024 Asia Pacific Digital Transformation Report will be focused on digital for climate change. And our next ministerial conference on digital transformation will be held in Astana in most likely end of August next year, 2024, back-to-back with the Astana Digital Bridge. And this ministerial conference will be building on the one that the Republic of Korea hosted in Seoul last year. We're also working on, making or translating science and science-based data into more user-friendly communications. We're looking at novel ways of more vividly transmitting science data so that everybody can benefit, and so that it's easier to access and more understandable and more actionable. We're also working on, the massive open online courses, which are freely available. We have partnered with UNU in particular in developing these courses, so they are available for everyone. And so we are really looking forward, I think, to continuing to work together with all our stakeholders for building a more resilient and inclusive digital economy. And we do hope that in partnership, that the Asia Pacific Information Superhighway Initiative will be a platform that you can join, that you can use, and that can help us to enhance our collaboration as we move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Tiziana. You really, your message also, echoed the worrying, situation of that the women miss the SDGs, you know. And also, your emphasis on the importance of digital technology for accelerating the SDG is very important, yeah. And also this kind of comparison with peer countries, the same income group is very impressive. And also, I also appreciate that you shared your ongoing research on the digital for climate action with us, you know, especially those kind of entry points. It's 8 leverage points that are very important for us. And also, you particularly mentioned about the importance of innovation and digital technology for recalibrating the traditional trade-offs. So very important for us to understand. And also thank you so much for your mentioning about this kind of risk losses that posing may cause, you know, to us due to the climate change. And also you talk what the UN ESCAP is supporting member states to strengthen the capacity in digital transformation. So they really provide a channel and also for our member states to seek for technical support, capacity building, in pursuing the digital transformation. As you said, that Asia Pacific region is the most divided region in digitally, yeah. So thank you so much, Tiziana. So now I would like to invite my colleague to play a video message from the honorary president of Inter-Parliamentary Union and also the member of the Parliament of Bangladesh, Mr. Saber and Chowdhury.
Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning to all of you from Dhaka, Bangladesh. This planet of ours badly needs rescuing. The World Meteorological Organization shows that 2023 is now on track to be the warmest year on record and around 1.4 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. September was 1.75 degrees Celsius warmer compared to pre-industrial records. This is truly alarming, bearing in mind that the Paris Agreement seeks to limit global temperature increase to 2 degrees while pursuing every efforts to limit the increase to 1.5 degrees Celsius only. The fact that one individual month exceeds the 1.5 degrees limit does not mean that we will permanently exceed it. But it is a warning, a very grave warning, that we are falling behind badly in our efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. This unprecedented jump in global warming, the UN Secretary General refers to it as global boiling, is in lockstep with the global rise in extreme weather events and the impacts of climate on all facets of life on this planet, from food security and biodiversity loss to mass migration and displacement of populations. Last year, the number of disaster displacements rose by nearly 40% compared to the previous year, reaching 32.6 million, including over 8 million people displaced by floods in Pakistan. People in Asia and the Pacific were displaced more than 225 million times due to disasters triggered by natural hazards from 2010 to 2021, accounting for more than 3/4 of the global number. Behind every one of those displacements is a human story of loss and damage, whether it is a loss of job, a home, or access to healthcare or education. These statistics also go some way towards explaining why progress is so difficult when it comes to achieving the full implementation of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals that form the bedrock of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The SDG Summit in September warned that without immediate course correction and acceleration of progress towards achieving the SDGs, our world is destined to face continued poverty, prolonged periods of crisis, and growing uncertainty. According to a report by UNESCAP, all of the SDGs are in fact in grave trouble. There is either stagnation or in some cases even regression. This regional symposium is thus a really important opportunity to concentrate minds and focus on the challenges before us and to deepen our understanding of the role that good, effective governance can play in eradicating poverty and inequality. It is undeniably true that one of the most significant obstacles impeding progress towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals is the presence of weak governance and under-resourced government institutions. Over the next few days, I hope that many of you will gain fresh insights into the role that you as public servants can play in your daily work in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals through policy making, strategic planning, and focused implementation, making the best use of available resources. This symposium also has a focus on digital transformation to improve public service delivery. World leaders pledged at the SDG Summit to take action to bridge the digital divide and spread the benefits of digitalization, including leveraging digital technology to strengthen social protection systems. Along with bringing government closer to people and bridging the digital divide, digital transformation is vital to measuring progress across the 169 targets and 247 indicators associated with the SDGs. Improving digital data gathering and analysis will lead to better measurement of progress in achieving the SDGs and will also guide policy making and improve targeting of government resources to problem areas. It is also important, and I say these as my final words, to ensure that the latest science, digital transformation, and strategic foresight knowledge is effectively disseminated to communities and policymakers, including members of parliament, to ensure they have a thorough understanding of the benefits of sustainable development and the costs of inaction. It is thus critically important to empower decision makers as they deliberate upon and finalize policy options and choices. Thank you, and I wish you an excellent conference.
We thank Mr. Sabir Shari for his insightful speech. Actually, in his speech, he further highlighted the critical situation of climate change, then it caused huge losses to the globally. And also, especially, he talked about the importance of governance and public institutions. And also, he urged us to, have a new mindset and also use the digital innovation and all the digital technologies for accelerate our action. And also, most importantly, he said that the cost of inaction is very big. And so, as our previous speakers mentioned, that is really time to take urgent action, turn back the trend. Yeah. Okay, thank you. So now I have the pleasure to invite Mr. Taban, the resident coordinator for Mongolia, to deliver his presentation. Mr. Taban, you have the floor. Thank you.
Is this the one?
Yes.
Okay. Annyeonghaseyo. Udri Mind. Good afternoon. I'm standing between you and lunch, and we have about 10 minutes to you. So I'm standing here to kind of give you my perspectives, because make no mistake, while global and regional trends and analysis is important, but SDGs will be achieved or not at the country level. So it's important for us to understand that what do countries need to do at that. And I'm going to share with you the Mongolian experience of where we are going forward in terms of the SDGs. And I personally believe that SDGs will help us to be able to move forward. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you a quick slides deck and then talk to you about 4 key areas in which countries need to work on, and what can the UN do, the role of the United Nations in accelerating progress towards the SDGs. So I don't want to talk much about the current implementation of SDGs because Astra and UNI and also from a regional perspective, Tiziana spoke about some of those trends and patterns. I'm not going to repeat them more so, but you can see the slides where we are. You've seen this slide before about only 15% being on target, 37 being kind of moderately or severely off target, and about 37% being completely off target and stagnated or even regression. So that's where we are, and I think our Secretary General Ban Ki-moon said, unless we act now, the 2030 agenda will become an epitaph for the world that might have been, which is Antonio Guterres, our current SG, also very strongly and powerfully said. In terms of Mongolia, let me give you where we are. In terms of the 4, 11, 13, 16, and 17, we're pretty much on track, or it's good. We are on some of the challenges are in the middle, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and up to 15. But where we are really struggling is goal number 1, which is the entire culmination of all the aspects of which leads into poverty. And in times we are looking at inequalities growing and poverty growing in the realm of our SDG implementation. So, in terms of where we are, in terms of what Mongolia is doing for the SDGs, let me bring to you, is that in the Mongolia's longer-term vision, we have something called Mongolia Vision 2050, which is even beyond the 2030, 20 years ahead. And in that, we have worked for targeted development programs in the medium term for 6 targeted programs around human development, social development, environment, governance, regional development, and increasing national competitiveness. And these are aligned to the long-term vision of Mongolia. So these are the short-term targeted programs for 10 years, which are aligned completely to the Sustainable Development Goals. The 146 targets and indicators that we have, which are 86% of the Vision 2050 is aligned to the SDGs, and these targeted programs are fully aligned, and that's what we made sure. We've looked at a multi-stakeholder engagement, including government organizations, civil society, academia, the development partners, and private sector, which should be playing a key role in moving forward with this. In the trajectory, Mongolia has done 2 voluntary national reviews, one in 2019, and the one this year in July in the high-level political forum in July, where we talked about a deeper analysis of where we are, not showcasing that we are good and doing well, and that's based on which we've looked at what we have found, where the biggest challenges and where the biggest shocks in terms of the nationalized indicator framework, the integrated coordination policy and approach, the multi-stakeholder engagement, and leaving no one behind. These are challenges that are happening in terms of where we're looking at it. Finally, in terms of where we are on identified national commitments, we've looked at the first draft of the national commitments. We've reflected with national stakeholders. We've had discussed with all countries, all different stakeholders in the country, and made our national commitments. Here, I'll talk about the role of the United Nations. We've worked closely with the government in making sure that the analysis is done well, make sure that we have moved from analysis, not paralysis, but analysis to action plans and commitments. And that's where we've identified 12 accelerators, out of which we're looking at 8 transitions, including the fact health, education, leveraging science and technology innovation and digital transformation. 4th is about stability, reliability, and conditions of focus with renewable energy as a big source of the clean, green environment we're looking at. The mitigating the negative impacts of the climate change, environmental sustainability, and strengthening the resilience to hazards and natural disasters. And we closely look forward to working on making sure that Mongolia's disaster risk reduction is a top priority. Because all digital dividends can go down the drain unless you take care of the disasters. And we've recently faced some of them too. And 7th one is about enhancing food supply and security, diversifying economy through value-added services and processes, because Mongolia still has about 85% of its exports as raw materials. And we need to make sure that if you do value-added processing, the employment for youth and women and other groups can be much more enhanced, and obviously the economic value of your end products can be very high. And finally, we reduce unemployment and poverty by increasing decent work and including jobs. So these are the 8 transition points we are focusing on. The cross-cutting being gender equality, where we are 300 years behind, but we are focusing on making sure that women have equal opportunity to engage and contribute to achieving the SDGs in a very strong manner, because that's half the population of the country. The 3 main means of implementation, one certainly is governance, making sure that we have fostered effective government and policy coherence by ensuring efficiency, effectiveness, and transparency to reduce corruption and making governments more accountable. Second is about supporting regional and local development. Mongolia has half its population in the capital city. Out of the 3.45 million, 1.63 million is officially in the capital, and the rest of the country, in fact, the density is one of the lowest in the world, less than 2 people per square kilometer. So we need to invest in regional and rural development, Huduni Hugjil. And we need to boost the financing and accelerating the implementation of the SDGs. These are the key directions that we are looking at. And we are focusing on making sure that the macroeconomic, employment, climate change, and investment dimensions are equally worked on. And we have broken down each of the action plans through the various stakeholder engagements. We have actually looked at governance, gender, innovation, regional development, and make sure that we have all the facets deeply analyzed in that. And we were looking at health, education, food, and energy as a key transition points where we're focusing on the analysis and working towards a very accelerated action plan on that. We've tried to also have a long-term and a targeted program alignment between the SDG accelerators, and we found they're very, very aligned, and that's why the critical analysis is very important to understand that you're in the right direction. And we've also looked at the global high-impact initiatives are actually well aligned with the national accelerators that we have identified for Mongolia. We've had stakeholder consultations with the private sector, the youth, development partners, civil societies, academia, rural representatives, and with the help of various different reports to look at the correlation of each of these accelerators and how they would be moving forward. And we looked at, through the Vision 2050 document, how we are looking at by 2025, we have 20% reduction in poverty, and then down to 15% by 2030, which is one of the biggest goals of number 1. The key here is also institutional arrangements to make sure that governance is the key to inclusive and sustainable development. We need to make sure that governments become accountable, and therefore we made sure that the institutional arrangements are strengthened, and we need to focus on making sure that they have full understanding and accountability of the actions needed. Finally, just to say the 4 points I've said, Mongolia has a vision 2050, which is ahead. SDGs are important milestone for Mongolia. Every country, it's important that we achieve SDGs, but for Mongolia, it's even more important because we have a longer distance to go, and nobody will trust you in the country or your partners unless you are able to achieve your SDGs towards your Vision 2050. Second, a realistic and honest analysis. And that's what we've done in 2019 and now in 2023 to identify the biggest challenges and the kind of the stumbling blocks. And based on that, the third thing is that we've developed these accelerators and making sure that these are the ones including all stakeholders together. And fourth one is about making action planning, and that's what we're doing now. We are working with the government and all stakeholders to map out the actions with commitments, timelines, accountabilities, and resources needed to finance the achievement of SDGs. The role of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, is to work closely with the government, and the role of the resident coordinators in countries to create an enabling environment to engage all stakeholders, bring our convening power on the fore, work with the global best practices and the regional best practices and bring it to the country and align it to the country's plans and let the government take the leadership. We support it to make this happen. With that, hope and aspiration, thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Ms. Taben, for your impressive presentation. And especially you give us a very first-hand, on-the-ground information about the national development policy and planning and those kind of targeted development programs. And also it's very good to hear that you identify those kind of national SD accelerators for SD implementation in Mongolia. Yeah, thank you. So now, I would like to open the floor for one or two questions from the audience to our distinguished panelists. And also, Ms. Yong Yi-Ming is also online with us. So if you have any pressing questions, please raise your hand. Yeah. When you stand up to raise a question, please identify yourself. And yeah, so please, that gentleman. Can somebody give him a microphone to talk?
Well, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sulung from Indonesia, the Audit Board of Republic of Indonesia. And I just want to ask one question. I'm interested in the issue of how digital transformation to support climate change management, because this is one of the hot issue in ASEAN meeting last month, that we need to support, propose, and accelerate how digital transformation to support climate change management. And I think I'm interested also with Ms. Tiziana, and how United Nations can push the country, because like what Mr. Ban Ki-moon said, that this is about the political will. And I think this is very hard, because in every country has its own perspective. So what do you think, how the role of United Nations to influence the government to be aware to the transformation digital to manage the climate change, because the agenda of 25th, right? Thank you.
Tiziana, maybe you have a quick comment. He's talking about the digital for climate change.
Take off my mask.
Yes,
Can
yes.
you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear
Yeah,
me?
yeah.
Okay, apologies. I wasn't feeling so well, so I'm wearing a mask. And can you hear me well?
No, no. Yeah, now okay.
Hello, check.
Now okay. Yeah, yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Maybe you can use
now
this
it's
one.
Okay. Now it's okay.
Let me see. How about this one? This is
Good,
better.
good.
Okay. I don't want to infect your mic. Okay, so thank you very much for that important question. And I think it's related actually to the question that is on the screen here in front of me. How can SDG 17 help island economies? And I think it's a crucial question. I don't have the answers, but what I would say is that, you know, the governments, policymakers, maybe more important than policymakers is politicians. You know, they are affected by public opinion. And that's when I think public opinion needs to really be strong. And that's where, once again, I think we can go back to the youth. Because the youth are the ones who have the biggest stake in this. It's their future. They are also the ones who best know how to make technology work for themselves and for the greater public good. And so I think youth is a key stakeholder. I also think there is probably better use that we can make of the private sector. I know in the UN we have a lot of, dialogue with the private sector. I see a lot of goodwill that has emerged from the private sector in terms of being socially and environmentally responsible. It has evolved a lot over the past 2 or 3 decades. Is it really tangibly making a big contribution? Not yet. Not yet. And I think that is basically homework for all of us. How do we co-opt the private sector into this SDG 17 partnership and really make what the private sector does contribute to climate change mitigation and adaptation? And there's goodwill. There's goodwill on the part of the private sector. What governments need to do is change the incentive schemes, make it more expensive to be climate unfriendly, make it more expensive to build factories or infrastructure in disaster-prone areas, make it more expensive to be a high carbon emitter, et cetera, et cetera. So change the incentive schemes, encourage through various mechanisms, but also penalize for climate unfriendly behavior, and then co-opt the youth as the advocates, as the activists, as those who are going to change the future, who are going to bring us the preferred future we want rather than the probable one. The probable one we know already. We have plenty of data that has emerged, but the youth can bring us into a preferred future. Thank you.
Thank you, Tiziana. So I would like to pick up one question from our online participants before I give you a floor to you, okay? So since Yongyi is still with us, and Yongyi, can I ask you a question from our online participant? The question is, what do you believe are the most pressing sustainability-related challenges? Now, how do you think local communities or organizations can successfully address them with the help of current technologies?
Yeah, thank you, Kaping. I think this is a very important question. I think as Astrid mentioned, a lot of the change start at the local level. So we really need to engage at the local level to localize SDG and to implement and to start engage and identify local issues and local priorities, and also look at another areas through local monitoring and use local data, citizen-generated data, and to target the vulnerable population group that left behind, and design target interventions and work together with the communities and the local people and to implement the detailed action. Particularly, I think many of the presenter also mentioned engage with the youth group and to try to take advantage of this technology, and because they have the multiplier effect and can impact many of the SDGs.
Okay, thank you, Yongyi. So now I open the floor to the question from Mongolia representative.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Narantoya from Mongolia, and my question is to Mr. Tapan Mishra, United Nations Resident Coordinator for Mongolia. So you have mentioned that we about our Vision 2050. So Vision 2050, for the Vision 2050, in my opinion, we are rather lagging behind the developing of the progress of the policy. So even though we think there are some indicators to measure the development of the progress, but still not so properly developed. So my question is, in what way can the United Nations in Mongolia contribute in the developing of the indicator metadata? Because we are not sure about who is going to gather the data and who is going to report it, and how the whole of the methodology is not so clear. Yeah? So is there any way you can actually support us in that? Thank you.
Mr. Taban.
Thank you, Naranthuya. A very good question. I talked about Mongolia having a long-term 30-year vision. Right? And I think Naranthuya, who works with the National Academy of Governance, is asking this very valid question. What we've done is basically with the government at the highest level, with the President, the Prime Minister, the Speaker of the Parliament, all ministries, we work together. Currently, Mongolia is very well positioned because it has restructured its government. It used to have a National Development Agency in charge of the SDGs. It has raised the level to a ministry, not only a ministry, but super ministry, to overarch all the others. So we have a Deputy Prime Minister who's in charge of the Ministry for Economy and Development, who has a convening role for the entire development direction. So together with the Ministry for Economy and Development, we are working on creating a whole framework aligned, as I showed you, around the Vision 2050, which is long-term, but more the national priorities now in the next short term by 2030, because we are saying that unless you achieve 2030, you cannot go to 2050. Nobody will believe you that you can. So what we're working towards is making sure the SDG targets and indicators are well aligned, clearly known, and we're engaging with the government's leadership, all stakeholders, including youth, including civil society, private sector, and most importantly, also media, because they play a very strong role in communicating to the people what we want to see happen in this country. And social media and media is very active in Mongolia. So all facets of the organizations and companies and private sectors are also engaged, because again, to the question of private sector, it's not about telling them it's a corporate social responsibility. It's about investment to a emerging market. More they invest, not only they benefit from their own well-being and their own corporate governance, but they invest in public good. The public awareness about this company's work shows a lot more goodwill from people, and that brings them to really see the benefits from them. So there are many factors, but coming back to your question, Naranthuya, we're working closely with the highest level of the government and all stakeholders, and that's the role of the United Nations. The convening power of the United Nations, we use and abuse the best possible way to bring all the parties together and bring together all the parties to agree on the future direction that we are working on together. So that's perhaps one good example that we're working in Mongolia. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Taban. I leave the last question to Astro. So the question is from our online audience. The question is, what are the future challenges we face and how we can enhance global partnerships? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Kaping. This is an important question, really looking at toward the future, which in the second half of the 2030 agenda, things have changed slightly since 2015. So it's crucial to really assess where we are, what are some of the challenges that may be coming still in the next 7 years, and how can we work together to reduce the risks and really accelerate progress. And one of the things with the Global Sustainable Development Report, and I was mentioning the interlinkages, we're seeing that now in the series of multiple crises that are very interlinked that countries are grappling with, from climate disasters, conflict, food insecurity, the cost of living crisis and inflation. All of these are linked, and it really brings home the importance of looking at these challenges in the full complexity, but also understanding that we can find solutions and opportunities in addressing multiple issues at the same time with smart and strategic actions and choices. And many of those have been discussed and are available. In terms of enhancing global partnerships, Tapan very much pointed to the convening power of the United Nations. The high-level political forum that happens each July is a really crucial moment for different stakeholders and public officials to come together, share knowledge, look at the challenges, and share examples of how to scale up progress, because it is at the local level, the regional level, that some of these really important initiatives are happening. So just sharing that information is crucial, but also working across silos and looking at different sectors. Since all of these challenges are linked, it takes different ministries discussing the challenges together and coming up with solutions, different stakeholders sharing ideas, linking up with the scientific and academic communities about some of the cutting edge solutions and technologies and research that are available. So finding every opportunity to have those discussions and speak to those who might not be the obvious choice in terms of solving your direct problem, but sharing that knowledge can come up with solutions that can have synergies and really accelerate the progress. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Before we conclude this one, I would like to make a 1-minute summary of what we have discussed over this session. Firstly, the SDGs are in peril, and the world faces a big miss across the SDG goals. Secondly, to bring back the SDGs to the backtrack, we need to have a systems transformation. Thirdly, the effective governance and strengthening public institutions are very important for achieving the 2030 agenda by the 2030 deadline. The fourth is that digital technologies and innovation and also the inclusive digital transformation are super important for the world to accelerate and to accelerate the SDG implementation. Fifthly, it's important to strengthen a multi-stakeholder partnership. We need to have the right approach, a right strategy to ensure that such partnership and engagement are effective and meaningful. And sixthly, our several speakers mentioned about the power of data. So it's important to strengthen the skills, digital skill and capacity for digital data gathering, for analysis, for policy making and monitoring and tracking of SDGs. And then seventh, it's important to strengthening the global partnership and coordination, and the UN systems organization that play instrumental role to support the capacity development of member states, especially in digital transformation. And eighth is that we should ensure that all countries can leverage the power of innovation and the latest technologies to ensure that all people can reap the benefits of technologies and those kind of innovations. Yeah, and then ninth is that our public sector workforce should change mindsets, and with the new way of work with the strategic thinking and also behavior science, all the new approaches to strengthening their capacity in their daily work. Lastly, the cost of inaction is very huge, so we need to turn the clock and act quickly and together with all the stakeholders, and with also the support from UN agencies as a convenient platform, convenient power, to work together to achieve the same common goals of the humanity. Thank you so much. Yeah. With this, I thank our speakers for their excellent presentation and share their insightful ideas. Thank you. And also especially thank Yongyi to stay with us at this such a late time. Yeah. Now I turn the floor to our moderators. Yeah.
This concludes the Setting the Scene session. I'd like to thank our moderator, Mr. Keping Yao, for the excellent moderation and all the speakers for the insightful presentations. Now we will break for lunch. Participants with the VIP name tags will follow Ms. Anna Thorlin to the VIP luncheon venue. For all other participants, you may wish to take the light lunch provided by the organizers here inside the grand ballroom, or you may venture out to other restaurants on the first floor of Convencia. We will meet here again at 1:45 p.m. prompt. We have about 55 minutes for lunch. We're running a little bit behind schedule for the thematic session 1. Bon appetit.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, once again, and thank you very much, and I hope you all had a wonderful lunch. As I mentioned, the session is starting now. I have the pleasure to introduce to you the moderator for this session, in the person of Ms. Trish Lavera. She is a strategic foresight counselor at the Office of the Secretary General of OECD. Ms. Lavera, you have the floor. Let's welcome her with a big round of applause.
Thank you very much, everybody. And I welcome my facilitator, my presenters for this session to please join me on stage. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this session on strategic foresight. My name is Trish Lavery. I'm the Counsellor for Strategic Foresight at the Office of the Secretary General at the OECD. It's going to be my utmost pleasure to moderate this session this afternoon. The thematic session 1 is titled Strategic Foresight for Advancing the 2030 Agenda in the Context of Uncertainty. And I'm sure that context is one that we can all relate to at the moment. The objective of the session is to showcase how governments are implementing forward-looking approaches to governance to improve policy makers, to improve policy planning, to tackle global challenges and build resilience. The purpose is to illustrate strategic foresight in action and draw lessons on how it can be used in public policy formulation to help prepare for an uncertain future. I'd like to inform you that in this session we will have 6 presentations. After all speakers have delivered their presentations, there will be time for a Q&A and an interactive discussion session where I'll open the floor for questions from on-site and from our online audience. I also want to remind all speakers to please keep to their allocated time. And a 3-minute, 1-minute and time up alert signal will be sent to all speakers during your presentation. I'd now like to welcome our first speaker, my good friend Kat Tully, who is the Managing Director of the School of International Futures and will be joining us through a video message today. The focus of her video message is on applying foresight in the context of the 2030 Agenda. Ms. Tully, the floor is yours.
Good morning, and thank you for inviting me, and thank you to the hosts in particular. I am very sad I can't be there in person, but you are going to hear lots about how to apply foresight in this incredibly rich panel. And it is such an important topic in a world of complexity and uncertainty, yet framed with big trends and transitions where we know where we want to get to. It's just that we struggle to know how to take the next steps. Strategic foresight provides an answer to that point, how. So it's a tool for both efficient government, but also effective government. And this quote from my paper for the World Public Sector Report that has just been published by UNDESA a couple of weeks ago at UNGA says how thinking about the future is important because it helps on both policy trade-offs, the technocratic point around building resilience, value for money, so important in these resource-constricted times, but also very importantly can contribute to building a consensus on a shared vision, and it's that's very important indeed. And you can find out how to do more about this in the UNDESA guidance notes and other toolkits that are available. But I'd like to explore 3 things in this session with you. I'd like to leave you with 3 key messages that foresight is a must-have, not a nice-to-have, to achieve the wider 2030 agenda. I'd like to say that as everybody is becoming interested in foresight, that there is a major risk that we do foresight in a performative or incremental way. So I'm going to give you 2 top tips on how to use foresight to get transformational results. And then we're going to discuss what is it that we can do practically. High ambition measures to harness the momentum of this year as we go up to the Summit of the Future. Now, my organisation is the School of International Futures. We work with ministries around the world, audit bodies, parliamentarians, and also citizens, businesses, and young people about transforming the present today by using strategic foresight. And what is foresight? It's a systematic way of engaging and thinking about the future. There's 3 benefits. You manage risk, what ifs, preparing for a changing environment. You can also come together to build a positive vision for the future that you want to make happen. And by doing those 2 things, you get anticipatory capability. You build future-ready and alert organizations and strategies where you're using the future as a compass. And so it's this word transform that I want to kind of lean into, because at the SDG Summit a couple of weeks ago, we all agreed that the world needs transformation, not incremental thinking. We need to turn things around dramatically if we want to have a hope to achieve that wonderful vision of a fair, prosperous, no one left behind world that we outlined in 2015 for 2030. And business as usual does not cut it, given the risks and challenges ahead. But we're back to the how question. And I think that's where the practice of foresight really has something to contribute in helping us move beyond business as usual practices in governance, and how we integrate foresight into policy making, political decision making, and general futures literacy across communities is really critical. And it's therefore become a key component part of the response, whether it's the Secretary General in his Our Common Agenda or the commitments across the UN 2.0 to integrate futures capability across the system. You're also seeing lots of innovations globally, including at national level, not just within traditional ministries and governance systems. And you've got South Korea, our hosts, leading the way for so long with KAIST and STEPI. You've got interesting ways of engaging and understanding future citizens' interests with Japan's Future Design Councils, great how-to guides from UNDP, judiciaries around the world and audit bodies are also leaning into how you protect rights of future generations and assess intergenerational fairness. And parliamentarians have just, from 70 countries around the world, including this region, have just come together in Uruguay in the Second World Summit of Committees of the Future in Parliaments. And now it's more important and urgent than ever. We need to activate commitment to invest in prevention. We need to address mistrust and bring together people who fundamentally disagree on facts and having alternative scenarios, and surfacing assumptions is a critical contribution to that. We need to move beyond the new public management silos that looked delivery top-down, health, education, etc. But we need to look at citizens' well-being now and in the future. Housing, work, family, well-being, health, these are all interdependent things, and we need a way of doing governance that actually looks at citizens, families, communities, nation states as a whole. And we need those whole of society responses and solidarities, that business and citizens are part of that conversation, not just governments. And intergenerational solidarity is a key part of that, to think about how in these times of big changes, how do we build that intergenerational social contract so it's fair how we distribute public resources as we have such radically changing jobs and pensions rights, or how we build those coalitions of different ages of citizens to support a transition to a green economy. And so when we're exploring how foresight can turbocharge the 2030 agenda, there are lots of practical examples of doing more with scarce resources, what kind of education or health we want to spend, or ensuring that new innovations like AI in agriculture are in the interests of all citizens, not just big business. There's examples of doing more effective and resilient national planning like Cambodia 2050. There's ways of managing risk better by harnessing insights and youth perspectives across countries together on conflict drivers and using AI to scan for drivers of water insecurity. There's examples of building new anticipatory governance approaches, from future generations regulation to commissions of the future, well-being budgeting, long-term insights briefing. The fact is that there's lots of governance innovations, and it is absolutely relevant to SDG 16, as I said, but very fundamentally to see foresight as enacting and empowering the delivery of all the SDGs within each SDG, looking at the future of oceans, for example, but actually much more importantly, the value is the interdependency of the SDGs. And probably one key message that I want to underline here, and most importantly, is at this halfway point, inflection point of delivering on the SDGs, this is the opportunity to tap into the original spirit of the preamble of the Agenda 2030 document that talks about the new approach that is needed to activate this interdependent, universal, leaving no one left behind agenda. And so in a world where the first 7 years of SDG implementation has focused, I think, in my view, quite specifically on within each SDG, strategic foresight at the national, at the community, but also at the regional and global level is a framework and a how-to mechanism to actually see and unite the SDGs together. Now, how to do this transformatively and embed it into governments? Because many governments have been doing a version of this for many decades, lots of interesting examples in the 80s and the 70s, and yet the pendulum swing comes back again. So here are my two important takeaways from the scars on my back of working in this space of foresight and policy over the past 20 years, and I don't say this lightly. First is the importance of integrating into policy making through an ecosystemic approach across the government infrastructure, parliament, executive, audit bodies, agencies, etc. And critical to that is establishing a centre of foresight excellence at the heart of governance that is charged to make sure that that ecosystem connects to policy impact. And that means it has three requirements. One is to ensure that the system builds a quality supply of insights. Second is to ensure that docking point and educating senior decision makers on how to use the insights and integrate it into those high-paced decisions, and then coordinating existing capability across government, because otherwise it can be all quite atomized in different parts, and everybody's doing the trends and the scanning, and nobody's really putting the time into the so what conversations. And you can find a lot more about other countries' experience and the learnings from that in this report. But from my experience, that's actually not going to be enough. And in particular, that won't probably survive 2 changes in government or a decade. What you really need to have that kind of transformative embedding of in a government ecosystem being prepared for the future systematically and considering the long term, you need 2 additional anchors and ingredients. Firstly is that citizens need to be part of this whole process, a whole of society approach. There's increasing national dialogues about the future. We want their imagination, their resources, and their scrutiny is critical. But then leaders also need to be held to account, because it's very tempting, given all the incentives in the system, to defect to people who have the voice in the system. But those that are stakeholders and yet have no voice need some form of representation, and something like the UN Special Envoy for Future Generations or other scrutiny mechanisms that actually bite and hold leaders accountable and help them do what they want to do, which is make good decisions, are really important. So 6 final suggestions as we lead up to the Summit of the Future in September next year, which is incredibly powerful, coordinating and convening moment. And let's try and make it a high ambitious moment. And that will require us all at national level to lean into this opportunity and driving transformative change. So within the policy-making process, having a single point leading the ecosystem and responsible for translating foresight into the highest level of decision-making is the direction of travel, but also integrating strategic foresight into civil service training. A number of masters in public administration, national civil service colleges that still don't have this as a typical part of their training or their curriculum is very high, but it should be critical and a must-have for the education of current and next generations of public officials. There's something about also working with citizens, conducting those intergenerational national dialogues, even pilot ones at a local level, and doing so, harnessing the insights and the power of your young foresight practitioners. We run a network of just under 1,000 young foresight practitioners from 90 countries around the world, and they are the ones that need to lead the foresight processes in different countries, and bringing them into these conversations, I think, is very important. And then finally, thinking about the institutions and those incentives in the system for anticipation of well-being and future generations, innovating like different countries have done, and in particular, looking at intergenerational fairness assessment. At this point, I'll say thank you very much. Please reach out and also connect to our newsletter using this QR code. And final words from me is, as we go up this pendulum swing of interest in foresight, let's again commit to not doing performative foresight, doing incremental foresight when it's appropriate, and most of all, committing to doing transformative foresight that is what's needed for achieving the 2030 agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tully. What a great presentation. I particularly enjoyed Ms. Tully's point about making sure that the so what component of foresight is addressed. It's not about running a good show and having a lovely workshop and having a good chat. That's just the start of the strategic foresight process. So please join me for thanking Ms. Tully. Thank you. Then now for our second speaker, Mr. Frederick Magisha, who's the SDG Integration Advisor from the UNDP Regional Service Centre for Africa. And his presentation will focus on how foresight contributes to better policy making, better governance, and better public service delivery. Could you all join me, please, in welcoming Mr. Magisha?
Thank you very much. I'm connecting. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Loud and clear.
Great. So I'm connecting from Nairobi, and I'm very happy that my contribution comes after Kati's presentation, because it kind of provides a deeper perspective. So I'm going to share with you a short story, which is about how we are using signals to think about the future, to think about the development of the future, and actually how to deliver development. Next slide. So basically to say that really the pain that we are experiencing, especially on the continent, but I think globally with the SDGs, is this idea that to achieve results, we seem to have a very big pain related to delivering what we actually promise. And part of this is because we may be missing a few things that we may need to address. And foresight is one of the strategies that we can use in terms of making sure that we are able to deliver what we indeed promise. Next slide. And so this has already been explained, and my focus is really going to say, what is it that we are doing in relation to this? Next slide. So, so this is really the basic story. You probably know where the pain is coming from at the moment, which is that if you looked at the global SDG report, of the 34 SDG indicators that had data, they indicated that only 5.9% there's substantial progress or they're on track. And this is also related to what we are talking about, which is that there is a register where member states are supposed to provide their commitments for SDG transformation, and only 16.6% of the member states have registered. And in this part of the world, in Africa, we have the African Union Agenda 2063, and we are implementing both agendas. And we also see that in the first decade of Agenda 2063, really only 10% of the targets were achieved. And this is really the pain that if we don't do things differently, we will not be able to deliver on the SDGs. We are thinking about a framework that really is about having 4 capacities. One, which is about targets, and most of the development plans that we have, most of them are kind of wish lists, and the work with the SDG Summit has demonstrated that we actually need to identify a few targets that can ensure progress across the SDGs. And with these targets, then we can begin to identify the accelerators that will be able to bring everybody on board and deliver on the few targets. But what is important is that there has to be conversations going on a regular basis. If we wait until the end of the year or until the end of the SDGs to see what has happened, we'll have no chance to have any corrective measures. But these conversations have to be informed by a regularly updated mechanism, tracking mechanism. So at UNDP, we have what we call the signal spotlight, which is basically saying that what is it that we can see? We track signals of change and identify what it is that we can do with these signals of change. Next slide. So what we basically do is you can look at on the website. We kind of capture signals of change from within and outside of UNDP. We look at this and look for the patterns that are associated with that and begin to see what would be emerging in this. And then we use those to actually influence or feed or contribute to any decisions that we may need to make in relation to our work. And then finally, we begin then to connect this to the global futures, which then says where are the regions going, where is the continent going, and where is the world going. Next slide. And so this is just a few examples of what we are doing, and I've picked part of what we are doing within the African region. And what is important to note is that it gives us the opportunity to identify whether we can have opportunities for collaboration, opportunities for adding value, but also opportunities that enable us to identify potential tensions that may arise. And so one of the things that we have seen, for example, is that there's as we begin to see, development is cutting across national boundaries. And what is beginning to manifest is that regional economic communities and indeed the African Union become central to the way we deliver development on the continent. And this has also led us to say, okay, we actually don't need to say we are delivering the SDGs. We just want to say that since we are looking at single member states, one member state will use its frameworks to be able to deliver both agendas, and in fact, the multiple agendas. We are also seeing signals of AI, and we have used this quite extensively in the preparation of the SDG Summit. You may have heard about the SDG Insights reports, and that has also helped us begin to see how we can help member states make priorities within the priorities that they have. And then finally, we have a really great opportunity in the post-SDG Summit actions to help member states actually deliver on those commitments. Being able to help them prioritize, deal with prioritization, especially because of the contestations, and then also identify those signals that can help them change. Next slide. So this is just an illustration which is basically saying that even with the SDG targets become entry points to be able to address multiple SDGs. And this becomes very, very important in the sense that not every institution would like to see themselves in the development plan. Not everything has to be a top target, but you can see how to contribute to the development within your own frame. Next slide. So this is just to just say that this is an opportunity that we have with the national commitments on SDG transformation. Next slide. I think I will say last a few words to say that indeed, as we are thinking about foresight, we should not forget the idea that our purpose is to make sure that we are able to deliver development. And what we are seeing is that mechanisms of delivering that development are at least the ones that are lacking the most on the continent, and they are creating significant pain. And if we can be able to identify opportunities through foresight that can help us cross that gap, their ambition achievement gap, then we will be good. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, everyone. Please join me for thanking Mr. Magisha. Thank you. I particularly enjoyed your point, the framework that you presented, Mr. Magisha, about scan, prepare, influence, and connect. I think that particularly highlights the fact that strategic foresight, although we spend time thinking about the future, should always link back to the actions that we can take today to prepare. I'm going to use my moderator privilege to hand the floor to myself now, where I'll be talking about some of the work that we're doing in readying public institutions for strategic planning and foresight. Do I have a clicker? Maybe not. Okay, first slide, please. So as I mentioned, my name is Trish Lavery. I'm a Strategic Foresight Counsellor. The Strategic Foresight Unit of the OECD is embedded in the Office of the Secretary General, and we have a remit to lead the adoption of futures thinking across the OECD and our members' countries, and to foster global collaboration amongst leading government foresight practitioners on shared public policy priorities. We have two main collaborative projects. Oh, you're an angel. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you. We have two main collaborative projects that we're working on at the moment. The first is the development of a strategic foresight toolkit for resilient public policy. This will be published quite soon and will be open access to everyone, and you'll hear more a little bit about that in a moment. And the second project that we're working on is anticipating and managing emerging global existential risks. So these are the risks that could cause the extinction of the human species, and we're particularly looking at engineered pandemics and unaligned artificial intelligence as part of that project. So as you can imagine, our team meetings sometimes get quite dark when we're thinking about how these things could kill us all. I think the fact that we have a strategic foresight unit so central within the OECD really reflects a growing understanding that strategic foresight is a crucial component of decision-making in today's turbulent world. We have designed our world for efficiency. There are so many interlinkages right across the global economy. And while this saves us money and makes things more efficient, the flip side of efficiency is resilience. So by making things more efficient, we've made them less resilient. And this means that when we see disruptions in modern society, they don't stay within a particular country or a particular segment, but they spread quickly. So a financial crisis or a health crisis, like we saw with COVID, quickly becomes a financial crisis, a trade crisis, and permeates through all aspects of society. And a central goal for government, considering this is not going to change in the future, must be to put in place mechanisms to anticipate and prepare for these future disruptions. My team have recently authored a report on building foresight and anticipatory governance capacity. And it's identified a couple of things that governments should do if they want to build this foresight capacity. It recognises that there's no one-size-fits-all and that things must be tailored to their specific national contexts. But there's a couple of things that are really required. The first is the establishment of formal, dedicated foresight institutions and frameworks. And the second is a building of foresight culture across the institution. So let me just break that down a little bit more. On that first point about building the institutions and frameworks, these should be tailored in such a way that they're relevant to the local context. This requires building up support and understanding from senior leaders and decision makers about what strategic foresight is, what it can do, and what it can't do. And a lot of that is just a little bit of taking the time, because sometimes strategic foresight processes and products can be quite scary for senior leaders who have to worry about the political outfalls of their decisions. So part of this is helping them to understand what this process can offer and what it doesn't offer. And the real challenge there, as I said, is to make sure it's understood and protected. So we often talk about strategic foresight is a place where we can hold the uncomfortable conversations. We can have a conversation that says, well, that's great. We're all hoping that the world turns out like this, but what if? What if some of our assumptions are not true? What if the worst case happens? We need to be able to have those conversations, not because we want them for the things to work out like that, but because we need to prepare for the just in case. So that's the first aspect, that building the foresight institutions. The second one is building a culture of foresight excellence across our government in ecosystems. And this requires a great deal of training and preparation and participation in foresight processes. So countries that are the most successful in building their foresight capacity are the ones that have invested heavily in the training for their staff so that all levels of the organization know how to use strategic foresight and how to do foresight. At the OECD, we're often called in to help countries in this, to help them build capacity of their staff, both their analyst level staff and their senior decision makers in understanding and providing training on strategic foresight. And there is one thing that we have discovered is very, very important when training people to use strategic foresight, and that's to have them train by doing, not train by sitting in an audience and listening to lots of lectures, because too much talking eventually results in our participants falling asleep. So whenever we're called in to help build foresight capacity, we immediately come in and help do that by doing foresight with our participants. Part of what we do when we work with countries is to have a look at the Strategic Foresight Toolkit that I mentioned earlier as one of our big projects. Under this toolkit, we've developed and researched the big disruptions that we see may be on the horizon in the year 2030 to 2050, and which, if came about, would significantly alter the policy landscape. These disruptions are grouped under headings like environment, technology, social disruptors, economic disruptors, and geopolitical disruptors. And they include things like sea level rise and hothouse Earth, biotech breakthroughs and artificial intelligence leaps, a move away from GDP and toward well-being as a metric of success, the rise in mis and disinformation, and a range of geopolitical disruptions that may or may not occur. And for each of these, we've collated the current context and a bit of information on how the future in 2030 to 2050 may look if this disruption was pushed to its plausible extreme. And the benefit of these briefings is that it quickly allows any participants in a foresight process to come up to speed with that disruption on where it is today and where it might be heading in 2030 to 2050. And we use this as part of a 5-stage process that, as I said, forms the basis of our toolkit, which will be open access and available for all of you to use anytime in the coming months. And it runs participants through 3 modules. And in fact, after the break today, I'm going to give you a brief version of the first module. We're going to have a look at one of these disruptions and pay careful attention because you'll be allowed to choose which disruption you want to talk about. And have a look at the possible disruptions and what it might mean in the global, regional, and national context. What might that disruption mean for you and your country and your policy area if it was pushed to its plausible extreme in 2030 to 2050? The other modules in our toolkit then start to look at multiple disruptions that co-occur together, because as we know, these major disruptions don't nicely line up one after the other and wait until we've dealt with one before the next is looming on the horizon. We tend to have multiple things happen at once. And as a result of those multiple disruptions, that forms the basis of the scenarios that we write in Module 3. Once we have around 4 to 5 scenarios, we look at each of them and start to say, if we knew this was going to happen, what would we do today to prepare? And the 5th module looks across all of the different scenarios, what we've said that we'll do today, and starts to think about the big picture. Are there some things that we can do that will set us up for the broadest range of possible futures? Are there some nice to have or easy win things which will ensure we're preparing for a broad range of possible futures? So as I said, after the break, after the coffee break, straight after this session, we'll have the chance to break into breakout groups and have a look at one of these disruptions. So I'll run you through them quickly now. I'll remind you again after the break, but start to have a think about which one might be the most relevant for your context or your country, or even something that you don't know about and maybe would like to get the opportunity to hear a little bit more about. The first is sea level rise. This is a future in which environmental points are crossed, leading to a near worst-case scenario for sea level rise. Extreme flooding, storm surges, and entire coastal areas are now made uninhabitable. And a major change in weather patterns have occurred, including sometimes with extreme cold temperatures and more extremes in general. The second disruption we'll have a look at is heat waves. This again is when multiple environmental tipping points are crossed, and we now have a situation where large portions of the earth are simply too hot to live. We have industries that work during the day that now are not able to, so we're changing our business hours and our hospitals are being inundated. The third is artificial intelligence leap, where we have a discontinuous leap in artificial intelligence, robotics, and VR, which allows companies to downsize their workforce as more and more of us move online. Or you can have a talk about a well-being economy, a move away from GDP to a world in which citizen well-being and growth is prioritized over economic growth. Or finally, a disruption where the green tech that we all need to meet our net zero transitions does not come about at the scale which we need it to do. And the progress is underwhelming, and we now have a need to explain to citizens that meeting net zero objectives will require massive behavioural shifts. And finally, conspiracy chaos, a world in which elaborate conspiracy theories dominate the media and result in a lack of trust in research and authority figures and our governments and democratic systems. I'll leave that for now, and I look forward to working in the breakout sessions with you all to delve a little bit further into these disruptions as we have a go at actually doing foresight as well as listening to it. Thank you. I I now have the pleasure of introducing Mr. Banandas Dwita Padana, the Director General of Planning, Evaluation and Policy from the Audit Board of the Republic of Indonesia. Mr. Pradana, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Trish Lavery, for the introduction. Distinguished speakers and participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon? Okay, great. You're still with us. Thank you very much. Because today I'm not becoming the fortune teller, but I will become the storyteller of the scenario planning. It is indeed an honor and real pleasure to be here in the very prominent Symposium to share our work that arose from the most recent global challenges, being the COVID-19 pandemic. If history is to be our guide, this pandemic was not the first global pandemic and won't be the last. Many experts and organizations around the world have made predictions and studies about the future. However, during the height of the pandemic, one could not be certain how the pandemic would progress and how it would affect the people of the world, including in Indonesia. The COVID pandemic has driven the world into complexity and uncertain direction, often expressed as an era of VUCA, tuna, or bunny, you may name it. This era has emphasized the important role of the Supreme Audit Institution or national audit institutions, as it has been highlighted this morning by our Vice Chairman, Mr. Hendra Susanto, about the role of Supreme Audit Institution pertaining to the oversight, insight, and foresight that we are discussing now. In this situation, the capability of Indonesia Supreme Audit Institution, or BPK, is well placed to support the government and citizen in facing uncertainties. One of the ways in which BPK was able to respond was to publish in 2021 Strategic Foresight, Indonesia Remade by COVID-19, Scenarios, Opportunities, and Challenges for a Resilient Government for the time span 2021 to 2026. The way, by providing viewpoints regarding the handling of COVID-19, as well as how the government could seize opportunities and address challenges as well as risks, accordingly to become a resilient government. We were able to produce a long-term study that laid out the condition that may happen during and post-pandemic. It took around 6 months to do on this study, and we involved many subject matter experts, including a foresight and then scenario planning expert, and also some ministers, the governor of central bank, and also head of local government. My presentation today will cover briefly how did we develop the scenarios and the scenario itself, and the risk assessment is part of a very important aspect in the strategic foresight, and we will give you examples of key results from the scenario planning insight and how, as a Supreme Audit Institution, bringing the scenario into action to secure the best possible future scenario. Before I start, it is important to note that our work in developing foresight may be best suitable for our circumstances in Indonesia. However, this does not necessarily mean that it is suitable for another country due to the different contexts. Let me start with the scenario development. As far as our concern, there is no one single standard or methodology for strategic foresight and scenario planning. In our case, we are following methodology consisting of 7 steps. We begin with the formulation of focal question. The focal question becomes a corridor to ensure the relevance of the whole discussion to realize scenario planning. The focal question of our study is, what will Indonesia look like 5 years after COVID-19? As a follow-on step, we then look at the implication of the question. What are the opportunities, challenges, and risks that need to be anticipated by the government of Indonesia in order to build a resilient nation? The second step is identification of driving forces. Driving forces are those factors that have the potential to significantly impact the focal question. Initially, with all the experts and stakeholders, we identified more than 1,000 driving forces related to various sectors derived from the relevant sources such as our audit reports, global driving forces database, and of course, immersion discussion with subject matter experts. And then the third step is determine critical uncertainties. This is very necessary as not all driving forces are uncertain. We cluster critical uncertainties through a funneling process and arrive at two the most critical uncertainties as the fundamental uncertainties, namely, first, the government response in handling the COVID-19 pandemic crisis with the two endpoints, either more effective in one end or less effective in the other end. There are 5 major drivers of these fundamental uncertainties, including disaster and crisis management, resilient healthcare, and so on. The second fundamental uncertainty is the severity of the pandemic, with also two endpoints, either worsen in one end or subside in the other end. There are 4 major drivers that shape the severity: new virus variants, transmission rate, mortality rate, and population immunity. These two fundamental uncertainties serve as the building blocks for the scenario framework. And step 4 is develop scenario framework. The combination of the fundamental uncertainties became the pair axis for the scenario framework, forming 4 highly divergent but plausible scenarios as answer to the focal question. And now, this is the most challenging one, step 5, how to develop the scenario stories. Having established the scenario framework, we developed the 4 scenario stories or narratives, along with the description of Indonesia's possible future in various sectors. The first scenario, we call it conquering the ocean, where the government response is effective and the severity of the pandemic is subside. It describes the success of Indonesia in weathering the pandemic and becomes a reference for other countries in developing a center of excellence for crisis management. The second scenario is struggling in the midst of storm, where the government response is effective and the severity of pandemic worsen. It describes a scenario where the government managed to carry out massive reforms to the healthcare system amid a worsening pandemic. The third scenario, we call it scatter by the waves. This is the worst scenario where the government response is ineffective and the severity of the pandemic worsen. This scenario describes a future filled with risk and danger. Lastly, the fourth scenario is stranded by receding beach, where the government response is less effective and the pandemic has subsided. The next step is consider the potential implication and option from the scenario. Each scenario is attached with its potential implication and option, particularly our 4 main sectors: health, economy, finance, and social. Based on the scenario implication, the result of opportunities, challenges, and risk identification is served for the government to consider in formulating the strategies and policies. Furthermore, we found that from the scenario implication, there are 5 major recurring themes appear in all 4 scenarios. There are health reform, tax reform and fiscal sustainability, the government vision and leadership, digital transformation and data governance, and last but not least, the quality of human resources to become literally digital. These themes need to be anticipated by the government in order to be resilient to face various scenarios. And the last step is very important, to monitor the indicator and signposts. The aim of this step is to observe relevant developments in order to establish which scenario Indonesia is moving towards in reality. and to identify shifts from one scenario to another scenario. It becomes a guide for the reader regarding the movement of reality towards certain scenario, as well as making it easier to understand which scenario is currently happening based on the indicators and the signposts. The indicator and the signposts for government response are, first, the Government Effective Index and COVID Stringency Index. And for the severity of crisis, we're using number of cases, daily cases, and number of death rates. Now I move to the next slide, focusing more on the risk assessment. However, in this slide, you can see it depicts the map of 4-scenario framework formed by 2 fundamental uncertainty I explained before. We published a dedicated foresight website for this work at foresight.bpk.go.id, where you can find methodology, publication, videos, references we use, and the expert that we consulted during the foresight processes. You can also monitor in which scenario is Indonesia now, as displayed on the dashboard in the foresight website. Just an illustration, in this slide you can see the shifting of Indonesia's scenario position. The initial position when the strategic foresight was published in 2021, Indonesia was in the struggling in the midst of storm scenario. And then move on to the 2023, currently Indonesia is in the conquering the ocean scenario. It means that pandemic has subsided while the government response has been effective. Ladies and gentlemen, the uncertainty of the future condition create the possibility of adverse consequences. As such, it is important to identify and assess the risks associated with each scenario pertaining to the sectors we studied and 5 recurring themes we found, so that government can implement strategic steps and policies based on the unique condition of each scenario. We have carried out risk assessment, among others, through focus group discussion with experts and stakeholders, learning from our inside work based on our risk studies during the crisis, and from our outside work based on our comprehensive risk-based audit, including financial audit, performance audit, and special purposes audit we conducted during the pandemic crisis. And then later on, we are happy that our government then issued regulation with regard to risk management system for national development and already established National Committee on Risk Assessment. Furthermore, I can share you the key result from the scenario planning insight. This slide, next slide please. This slide provides 2 examples of 5 recurring themes that the government has taken as a result of the insight from our scenario planning. The first recurring theme is the health reform. As a response to COVID-19 pandemic, the health reform bill was issued in 2023 to improve the policy, the quality and access of healthcare services, and to increase health resilience system for prevention of future pandemic through a focus on integrated health system information system. You can see 3 policies has been introduced by the government. And then on the digital transformation and data governance theme, lessons learned from the COVID-19 pandemic have led to the initiation of the presidential regulation for digital government acceleration, which is aimed to streamline over 27,000 applications and leapfrogging the provision of centralized digital services. There are also 3 policies has been introduced by the government based on the result of our foresight work. Now, the most important thing is that when we have the strategic foresight, what is the role of the Supreme Audit Institution? Our office utilizes the foresight role to establish connection between variables, ultimately aiding both the community and decision makers in the process of selecting alternative future within the framework of existing scenario. By integrating foresight result into the auditing practices and actively engaging with stakeholders. Here you can see there are at least 4 initiatives that we need to take to ensure that the scenario, the best scenario can be achieved in the future. First, we are conducting audit planning by incorporating, embedding the 5 recurring themes as an audit topic for our future audit. Then secondly, we conduct monitoring and evaluation of the scenario shifting that occurs periodically and also assess the impact of audit recommendation that suggest specific action or policies. This helps establish the connection between audit work and stakeholder interests. And then we involve stakeholder engagement and the participation of the public, as it was also mentioned already by other speakers. And last but not the least, we are promote foresight capacity building internally and externally. BPK now is becoming a benchmark institution in foresight and actively involved in the capacity building in ASEAN region. Now we are developing the big data analytics and artificial intelligence to get the foresight capability using the electronic data. Ladies and gentlemen, to close, allow me to quote a message from our chairwoman. In the future, Supreme Audit Institution may face unprecedented and more complex challenges ahead to ensure the accountability and transparency of government policies and programs. Supreme Audit Institution should promote collaboration with all relevant stakeholders to supervise and assure the accountability and transparency of governments and contribute to strengthening oversight, developing insight, and providing strategic foresight. Sustainability and accountability is not my responsibility. It is for all. Government, parliament, public, private, all together should secure the accountability and sustainability. As such, I extend our highly thanks appreciation to the organizer because in this symposium, you invite Supreme Audit Institution as a pillar of the governance in this very prominent symposium. With that, I thank you.
Thank you. Please give Mr. Pradana a big applause. Thank you very much. I next have the pleasure of welcoming Ms. Anna Christina Thorland from the Governments and Public Administration expert from UNPOG, DPIDG and UNDESA. Anna, thank you. You'll be talking to us about why strategic foresight in Parliament matters for SDG implementation. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Anna.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Trish. Good afternoon. Why strategic foresight in Parliament matters for SDG implementation is the title of my presentation. This is an ongoing work and research from UNPOG in collaboration with our office in New York. And the basic is to provide foresight in Parliament and make the case why this is important for them and how they can improve better oversight. So as you know, the United Nations Secretary General highlights strategic foresight as a powerful driver of anticipatory action in future focus policy development. Let me try to the next one. Okay, good. So he highlighted strategic foresight as a powerful driver of anticipatory action and future focus policy development in our common agenda. So strategic foresight involves considering multiple possible future scenarios to make well-informed policy decisions. However, decision makers often face a range of challenges that can lead to short-term oriented policy decisions. And they have also the pressure of electoral cycles that can cause parliaments to adopt an internal focus and overlook on exogenous factors. So a lack of systematic follow-up procedures for strategic planning activities and insufficient monitoring can result in an inability to manage the risk and the disruptive changes effectively, which was talking by my previous fellow panelists. So we identify 5 pillars of implementation to help understand how strategic foresight can contribute to policy innovation. So the first includes effective anticipatory governance, institution support, and adequate resources to ensure political will for foresight is translated into action. The second pillar includes building anticipatory capacity to identify development trends. The third pillar is ensure the systematic embeddedness of foresight vision. The fourth requires the identification and creation of demand for strategic foresight activities. And the fifth pillar is stakeholder participation. Let me move to the following. So strategic foresight as a means for better sight in Parliament can be done by using strategic foresight and ensure that their oversight is future-oriented and alive to emerging issues and trends that may impact government policy and performance. So how strategic foresight in Parliament can accelerate SDG implementation? There are several points here, but one that I would like to bring your attention is identifying the right policies to steer really the country towards the 2030 agenda. And with these anticipatory capacities can facilitate the design of innovative solutions to the complex current and future policy issues. Next one. So there is a very good example that we have from Finland in Parliament. And there are a lot of lessons from them. They have the world's most extensive systems on foresight in Parliament. They have in government already at the Prime Minister office, the ministers have a joint working group of foresight, which inform through a very important report on the future the already established permanent committee for the future in Parliament. But there is also other stakeholders, contributors to the thinking, to the future thinking, is like the Finland Future Research Center, the Government Foresight Group, the Innovation Fund CITRA. All of them implement and support information to the government and the government to the Parliament. And the Parliament then report back to the Prime Minister's office. It's a very good example. So to conclude my presentation, I would like to share some of the draft policy recommendations that we are looking at. Is identify alternative futures to enhance policy capacity for change, generate a vision of a preferred future to guide policy decisions, dedicate officials or groups to future studies and policy foresight, systematic integration of future thinking across parliamentary process, foster dialogue and follow-up between Parliament and active government, train future-oriented and agile minds, changing mindsets of parliamentarians, and cooperation with private sector and non-governmental foresight institutions, and of course, the stakeholder engagement and civic policy participation. With this, they can make a more resilient Parliament, better policy innovation, and direct policy to desired future. Thank you.
Thank you. Please join me in thanking Ms. Anna. And last but certainly not least, we have Mr. Masi Lo, the founder and CEO of the Institute for Leadership and Development, Executive Advisor, Business Development and Strategy. Could you please join me in welcoming Mr. Lo? Mr. Lo, the floor is yours.
Oh, thank you, Madam. Good afternoon, everybody. I think this thing has been prepared for people that are much shorter than me. Sorry, I was not. So if I use it, I will look very funny. So if you allow me, so I will just make a presentation from here. Can I just, next slide? Do you want me to use the, just show me how to use it and I use it. The green one? Okay. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are familiar with the MDGs, the Millennium Development Goals, the way they have been implemented in our countries have been, let's say, quite compartmentalized, and they do not reflect the reality where many of the issues are quite, let's say, interconnected, see? And we have had the same behavior when we were dealing with the SDGs. Like, instead of dealing with the NGEs as a system, we have been dealing with them as individual development goals, and this explains the lack of synergy, the lack of coherence, but also the lack of, I would say, talent, so Starling program. The image you have here, maybe some of you are familiar with this. We have been fixating on part of the system, and we have been missing the whole. This is what this image is saying. If you look at this gentleman who has his hands in the dunk, he thinks an elephant is soft and mushy. See? And on the other side, the person who is taking the trunk of the elephant, it's about an elephant, of course, but he thinks that the elephant is like a snake. And the person or the gentleman, taking the tail of the elephant is just mentioning that the elephant is like a rope. So this is the way that SDGs have been lacking coherence in so many other countries. That image gives us, something, a lesson, unless from the country that I represent here, which is Senegal, which is in African countries. Maybe the lessons have been learned also the same in Asia. I don't know. I would love to learn from you guys. So SDGs are like a system, and they should be understood and analyzed as a system. And decision makers need to address the interconnected and interdependent social aspect, environmental, cultural aspect also. And the question is not how to achieve the SDGs in 2030 or achieving the SDGs in 2015. That is not the question. The question is, how do we achieve the SDGs within the planet boundaries, within the capacity of the ecosystem? And this is what you have here. It shows you that the best outcomes by 2030, 2050 will be the countries and regions that adopt strategic foresight implementing strategies. And I think since this morning we have been hearing many presentations showing why and how is it important. Now, I have not heard a definition of strategic foresight since this morning. I assume that everyone knows that, but allow me just to remind one of them, which is, I think, important. Foresight is a form of long-term strategic planning that enables us to think about possible future. So foresight is about anticipating. Foresight is about scenarios. It's also a way of thinking. And foresight refers to the process of anticipation and scenarios, I already said that, innovation, strategic evaluation, and proactive shaping of the future. And there are a few words that we tend to confuse with strategic foresight, and which are absolutely not the same. One is strategic planning. Strategic planning is not strategic foresight. Strategic planning is really important when your environment is stable. It's not also a vision, because a vision sometimes looks like a photography in the time that you design. It's not also, of course, forecasting. It's even not expectations, because strategic foresight use information, data, and some kind of figures to help you go beyond expectations. In many cases, we have expectations, but it's less than strategic foresight. Also, in this situation, actually, we know that we have trends shows how ecosystems are evolving, but we will never have all the data and dimension and amplitude to explain the future that we want in this volatile and rapidly changing world. That is really important. So as I said earlier, strategic planning is great when the environment is stable and unchanging. And the strategic foresight is much better when dealing with a world that is volatile, that is uncertain, that is chaotic and ambiguous. This is where and this is why we need strategic foresight. And because of its importance, I will mention 3 codes in the documentation internationally. The one is the UN 2.0. If you look at that document, you will see that strategic foresight is the first of what is called the quintet of foresight, and the quintet for the next UN. Second is this quote from Alioune Sall, an African Future Institute, who said that strategic foresight is an imperative for survival, meaning it's not for luxury. This is what he wanted to say. And last is SDG success depends on strategic foresight. I think that was said by Kat, truly. Well, the message to keep here is that an effective foresight system represents an information generation and management process that generally consists of 2 phases: information, data, interpretation, and scenarios, and developing. I will not insist on that because the former speakers mentioned that much earlier. Some of you may be familiar with this document. It's called Transformation is Possible by the Stockholm Resilience Institute. And they have 4 scenarios to explain the situation actually at global level. But this is what we need at national level. They say the first scenario from 2015, when we adopted the SDGs, 2030 and 2050. The same is business as usual. That's it, so no need to comment. The second is called faster. Faster meaning accelerating the economic growth. And we know the consequence, so I will not insist. The third is called the harder, and the harder is when all the countries pull themselves together and try to achieve all the goals, but at the same time protect the environment, and we know that is a challenge. The last one is called the smarter, and the smarter is just calling for more transformative action, and the Earth for Action have designed 5 pillars in my view. One is saying renewable energy, renewable, and renewable. And the second is about changing the policy model. And the third is talking about gender and education, which is important. And there are 2 others. So now, some lessons from where I'm from. The general presumption is that Africa lacks a culture of strategic foresight. That's not really true. The reality paints a different picture because African countries have used foresight exercise with development plans, studies, and strategies, emergent plans. In many of the documents, you will find out that people are using that. The problem is, national development plans sometimes, they align against SDGs, then seeking strategies that fits national context and respond to citizen priorities. That is one of the challenges, okay? A well-intentioned approach seemingly failed to benefit from strategic foresight. 2 examples, SDG 16 and SDG 3. I will just go for SDG 3 for a matter of time. SDG 3 is about health and well-being. When exposed to the pandemic, we all know, rapidly became overwhelming and close to collapse in many of these countries. Despite the fact that health was a top high priority for citizens. You know? But for institutions, that was exactly not the case. And that has to the concern. So strategic foresight was considered in many of these countries, is therefore an indispensable part of strategic capacity of African states if the aspiration of Agenda 2063 and emerging Africa are to be realized. You know? So this is the sort of Agenda 2030 for that region. Let me come up with 2 examples that we can consider as success stories in Africa in terms of foresight. It's about Morocco and Cabo Verde Islands. Anyway, in the framework of the study, we came up with 7 case studies. South Africa, Kenya, Ghana, Zambia, and Madagascar. I already said Morocco and Cabo Verde. The numbers that you have in front are the numbers of strategic foresight institutions that exist in the country. Let me come up with the case of Cabo Verde, and I will leave Morocco for reading. Cabo Verde was declared unsustainable in 1975 after 2 droughts and famine. 40 years on, Cabo Verde became a middle-income country, which is something you don't find 5 examples like Cabo Verde in terms of how did they change their situation. And why? Because the country embarked on strategic planning and foresight scenarios, pillars, and the success is based on foresight, good governance, long-term investment in human capital and leadership. Those things have been making the difference in that country, leadership and good governance. So, key takeaways from there. Cabo Verde and Morocco are examples that show that in Africa, countries that are doing better are those that maintain good governance, combining with long-term planning, a culture of strategic foresight, and a disruptive leadership. The countries that are doing better, meaning, are not the countries with raw materials. So this is the message here, that most African countries now have visions to 2013, but what is lacking, and which I did not hear this morning, is also what we call territorial foresight, which is really important in each of the countries, meaning working at national level, but also at maybe a subnational level. I think we heard a presentation that mentioned that, I don't know exactly which country was that, maybe Indonesia, maybe Mongolia. Yeah. At local level, so it's important. But national level, something that we learned from Morocco is that if you incorporate more global approach to strategic thinking, the global foresight will make it possible to think about the problem both at global level and in terms of national level, which is important. A few more takeaways say, the most important leadership skill is the ability to effectively manage, harness, and leverage the constant change around us. And this can be done through the application of strategic foresight. Also, a problem that we have seen in Africa, which is the institutional setup. Look, the institutional setup is often a sticking point because political consideration prevail over institutional arrangement. And the strategic foresight exercise benefits from institutional anchoring equidistant from the different groups of actors, which is not the case sometimes. In many, many countries, everything will happen in the Ministry of Plan, but in other ministries, a little will be happening. So, and also civil society or gender are not associated. Now the last slide is, we know all over the world that foresight, strategic foresight, is first and foremost a matter of power. And that in our countries, the system of power are quite, I would say, patriarchal, at least in my country. And because of that, women are excluded from decision-making process in general, and thus also from strategic key analysis and decision-making juncture. So this exclusion renders any effort at designing a secure future inadequate, and strategic thinking needs gender parity to fully respond to future challenges. That is one of the main lessons. The other takeaway is a critical mass of agents and decision makers experienced in the practice of foreign foresight in the public sector is also absolutely required. Now, supporting also capacity building is then undoubtedly at the heart of the action to be developed to tackle short-term concern while investing for a long time. And the role of the UN in embedding strategy is really, really critical. And last is that training is crucial, but it must be followed by the institutionalization of strategic thinking into public administration to change the mindset in public sector, which is not happening actually. So I will thank you at this point.
Please join me in thanking Mr. Lowe. Mr. Lowe, that was excellent. Thank you very much. Fantastic. Thank you very much, everyone, for your attention, and thank you very much to my esteemed panel. I'm standing between you and the coffee break, and that is generally a very dangerous place to stand, but we will take if someone has one quick question that they're burning to ask. I'm happy to open the floor down in the front here, the lady in the white. Thank you.
Thanks so much for the very important and nice presentations, students, for sharing from all guest speakers. And it is a very timely symposium for Mongolians to move forward to implement the SDG more accelerating way. So I would like to ask that questions from Trish, from you. So you introduced about the toolkit for the capacity building with 5 models. So Mongolian case, it is quite limited to understand English and to learn more about that. And is there any way to support Mongolian public institutions to translate this toolkit to contextless or localized in Mongolia? So that's my question. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the question. This was about the strategic foresight toolkit that I mentioned and whether it can be used beyond public institutions. We've actually been around the world the last couple of years piloting it with a range of different, not only governments, but also institutions. And we found it to be quite successful in lots of different settings with lots of different participants in the room, from citizens to governments. So the great part about this is that we've done the hard work for you in compiling the briefings. So there's no need for participants to spend a lot of time on horizon scanning or understanding the current situation. We've provided it all for you in the briefings. And that toolkit comes with the complete facilitation guides so that you can walk through it yourself and keep doing it over and over again. Thank you for your question. Please grab some coffee, because after the coffee break, we're going to roll up our sleeves and we're going to do some strategic foresight. Thank you again. Thank you. Please join me in thanking my panel members.
Trish Lavery for the excellent moderation and the speakers for the insightful presentations. We will break for, we'll have a coffee break for about 10 minutes. We will meet here again at 3:15 p.m. for the Learning Lab. Thank you very much.
Great. Okay. Feel free to join your tables, and you will have a facilitator at each table that will guide you through this exercise.
We have heat waves here. If you want to join heat waves, you can go.
Wellbeing economies. So just to remind you all, we have heat waves, wellbeing economy, green tech failure, sea level rise, and artificial intelligence leaps. Now, do we have a facilitator at this table? Yes, yes. Now, we have a Do we have a facilitator at this table?
This one is green tech failure.
Green tech field.
The most people are just
No problem. Which table are you taking? Artificial intelligence leap, and we've got a facilitator there. We've got one
he's the
there.
facilitator.
Great.
Martin
We've got
is
Anna
here.
there, so
Anna
I
is
must be
here.
this one. Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
그러면 저기 줌 링크 받으시면
네.
혹시 저 진행
지금은 저희가
네네네. 지금 카메라가 여기 있잖아요.
예.
그럼 나중에
지금 가야 돼요.
무대 안에 세팅을 지금 하려고요. 카메라
근데 세팅할 때 이제 이분도 내일
이쪽 이 선생님이시고요. 네. 어쨌든 카메라 각을 최대한 보이게.
네네.
등지면
등지면 안 되고
라이브
웬만하면-
나갈 때
네.
등 모습이 나가는데 저희가 지금 저기 무인인데 이왕이면 감독 보고 다니는 게 좋으니까.
네. 그래서 이쪽으로. 네네네. 알겠습니다.
카메라
바로
쪽을
얘기할게요.
좀 해서.
네네네. 알겠습니다. 왜? 유 세션 지금 뭐지? 유 세션 이분 세팅하러 가신다는데 가능? 나 지금 안 돼. 좀 안 돼.
아, 그러면
나 움직이면 안 돼.
그러면
캐리를 데리고 가. 아니 캐리 알아? 괜찮아? 캐리 안
네,
걸?
그럼 그렇게 정리할게요. 결정해서
네네네네.
상에서.
캐리 오면 207호로 네 갈게요 같이.
그럼 저 207호 좀 상해 올때 그쪽으로 오시면 돼요.
네. 그리고 다나도 데리고 가야지. 왜 다나도 못하니까 내가.
사이드로 마이크 좀 오시면 마이크
everybody. I can hear some great conversations going. Thank you all for your attention and for engaging with this process. We might start. I'd like to hear some of the policy responses that you've identified at each table. And what I'm particularly interested in is that final question. So what is something realistically, if you knew that you were going home today and you knew this future was going to come about, what are some of the realistic policy options that you might suggest today? Could I remind you all too that this is being recorded, so when you report, we're kind of reporting toward the back of the room and the cameras here. So can I please invite the rapporteur from our group to remind you, we were discussing a move away from GDP and toward health as a metric of success. Listen up, listen up. I know you're all having very good conversations. Time to hear back now from our each of the tables. This is your opportunity to learn what some of the other tables have discussed. The first one up is the wellbeing budget, a move away from GDP and towards health as a metric of success. These are some of the policy recommendations that were discussed at this table. I'll hand over to my rapporteur.
Hello, everyone, and good afternoon. So my name is Nur Aliani, and I am from Malaysia, representative from Ministry of Economy. So today I want to present about what if one day our country focus more on well-being of economy. So what we want to tell our government, this is how and this is what we should do to increase the well-being and focus more on well-being rather than on GDP. So the first step we want to tell our government is to invest more in research and development on how to measure health and happiness. So basically, most of the country already have a happiness index. So basically, Malaysia is already have a Malaysia Happiness Index, and we also have a Family Wellbeing Index. So all the domain are basically about the well-being of people. So for the first step, you want to do more research on how to measure health and happiness by using a big data. So this is the first step that we want to tell our government. And then the second one is to official strategic foresight on health and happiness. So basically the main focus of our strategy is more on health and happiness rather than economically. So the third step is to mainstream health in other budgeting. Most of the country already have a Ministry of Well-being. So basically, in my country also, there is a Ministry of Women and Community Development. So we might add more budget on the well-being. And then the fourth step is poor policy. So this is to increase the quality of life of the society. And the fifth is to increase or improve the governance. And it could be, one of the steps, it could be the foreign direct investment, so it is more transparent. And then the sixth is to increase the quality of education. And the fourth and the seventh is to focus more on health. Simply putting prevention is better than cure, and the health is not. We focus more in the life cycle approaches. So from the infant to the elderly. And the fifth and the last one is to increase productive wages, so that the society can working shorter working hours, and they could spend more time with their family. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's brilliant. I'm going to come to the table here now who have been looking at heat waves, a future in which it's too hot to live, and who will be reporting back on the policy. Well done.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Is it afternoon? Yes. My name is Jay Ritu. I'm from Mauritius, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So this table, we had a very hot potato on our hands, the energy heat waves. So we had three questions to answer. The first was which sectors are affected by extreme heat. We were given a scenario of extreme weather conditions where we had a heat wave in excess of 45 or yes. So it was extreme weather or caused by extreme heat. The second question we were asked, what would be the ideal solutions? And the third, what could be implemented in practice right now? So we had a number of sectors that are affected that we thought would be typically affected when we have a surge in heat. And those were for housing, in housing sector, in agriculture, in tourism, in social security, the health, water scarcity, utilities, and labor as well. So these were the sectors which we thought would be affected by high heat wave. The ideal solutions would have been, we thought, nature-based solutions. We touched upon the deep seawater applications, which could be used for cooling, drinking, irrigation as well. We thought that there might be possibility of a solar energy generation through the photovoltaic system. We thought that we could adopt more energy efficiency policies and energy efficiency appliances. And also we thought that on the longer term, an early warning system would have to be implemented. At the immediate level, we thought that excuse me, I'll just, yes. So we thought that all those policies that can aggregate all the interests, including in the nature-based solutions or long-term solutions, could be implemented straight away if we have the buy-in of all the stakeholders. And this is a very important element to consider whenever policies are identified in long term. We need the buy-in of all stakeholders from the grassroots to the top policy-making level. I think that's about it if I have summarized it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now over to our Green Tech Failure Group. This is the group that has to tell citizens that the Green Tech Ferry is not going to save us and they're going to have to actually change their behavior. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sebastian, and I have the honor to represent here the Green Tech Failure. So we have a little bit of background. So we have that in global perspective, there's an increase in demand for technology and also materials, right, to build those technologies. Also, we have limited land and resources as well, and we have gaps in technology. Depending on the country, we have more or less technology, and also we have the hazard or like the risk of supply chain disruption. So we have to consider that, and also what will be the ideal policy. It will be contextualized and localized, right? We cannot make the same policy for all the countries. We have to have collaboration among the sectors. We also need plan policy with targets and support. Also, we need political willingness that basically we all agree here in the table. We need communication and education, so the document and the policy and the strategy that we make, it should be like disseminate with all the sectors. We still have a challenge to consider the artificial intelligence, so not all the countries have that, and not all the countries know how to proceed with this technology. And basically, most of the countries, if not all, they are still silos approach, so we have to consider that. So what will be the realistic policy? So it will be first, integration and organization among the sectors. Also avoid corruption, so it will be easier to implement the strategies. Also public-private partnership, because private, as we all know, have like money, technology, the knowledge, and the capacities to build like sustainable development. So we need those partnerships, and also finance. In this case, most of us coming from developing countries, we need the investment to improve the systems in our countries. So that's basically the green tech failure summary that we made. Thank you.
That's brilliant. Thank you so much. Next, we have sea level rise. So who is going to be reporting back? Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our topic was sea level rise. Flooding and storm surges threatens lives and livelihoods. We are 8 participants. Most of our participants are actually facing sea level rise and sea level rise induced hazards. I am from Bangladesh. Actually, I am totally get the experience of everything. I'm working with the community-based disaster risk management programs. So it is my opportunity to actually contribute something here. Actually, we are intervening. What are the policies that could realistically be put in place given fiscal and political constraints? We have our Indonesian friends, actually, she was talking about mitigation improvement of infrastructure, specifically for islands. Bangladesh, as a participant, what we are doing, we are a very small country. We have not much place to relocate the climate-induced people. So we normally motivate people with a slogan, combat and mitigate, not migrate. But slogan or this motivational message is not enough. We have to provide adaptive techniques that match with their local context. And of course, mitigation measures, evidence-based mitigation measures, all are important. Actually, nobody wants to move. Again, I am saying very small country. Where to relocate? Myanmar, our Myanmar friends talked about government evidence-based solutions, policies, and she was also saying there are many plans, but financial resources are also important. Lao PDR friend also emphasizing on Committee for Early Warning, big floods and southern part. No one is same. Their context was also same. No one actually wants to move. Solomon Islands, they are working with IOM to develop a plan for, actually national plan for relocation. There are still no activities done. Their people also want to move, don't want to move from islands. These are actually our Senegalese friends also emphasizing on nature-based solution and exploring opportunities in agriculture. These are all. Thank you very much.
That's brilliant. Thank you very much, and such a great point. Okay. Okay, and finally, my artificial intelligence leap. Who is our rapporteur here? Thank you very much.
Hi, despite that I'm the most junior person on the table, maybe that's the reason why they picked me, right? Because I'm a junior person. They can, all the CNN members here. So it's like, hey, you do it. Anyway, we have come up with a number of suggestions and policy decisions that I think would be good for us to think about, because AI is everywhere now. I cannot really imagine that just a few months ago, nobody know about ChatGPT, and people are still writing email normally. In fact, I was actually just wrote an email to Anna, and then I'm actually using ChatGPT. So if she got my email and then she realizes it's actually not my writing. Anyway, the point is, it is very convenient, and it's the main co-pilot for us these days. I use co-pilot because I want to imagine us driving a plane. I don't think any of us ever ride a plane, but you think about we are the pilot. We shouldn't let the second pilot drive the plane, right? It should be the pilot, the one who knows the altitude, who knows the direction, who knows things. But then once we want to doze off for a few minutes to sleep, maybe Copilot can help. I think that's the role of AI that we want to envision. It shouldn't be leading us. It should be something that's supporting us in such a way that help us do better than we are supposed to be, because humans are not perfect, and we need tools and helps that we can get. So this delegates, this panel come up with solutions for policy making, and we call it the 6 C's. Right? The first one is about context. We don't believe that there is a generalizable AI rules for all. We have generic understandings of what the framework should be, but at the end of the day, each context, each culture would have its own understandings of what AI should be playing a role. Some contexts might focus so much on the so-called political correctness. Some contexts might not think it as supremely important as the well-being of the users. So I think there is a contextualization of this ability to be both generalizable at the same time contextual. That's the first context, the first C. The second C is about community. We have to build community of people who understand the risk as well as challenges, and also the rewards that you get from using tools in such a way that is appropriate for the entire community and not just some individuals, because otherwise you get a lot of negative externalities that at the end doesn't really contribute to the success of the society as a whole. So leading from the second C, community, the third C is about capacity building, because we need people to be more literate. A few years ago, actually a few months ago, we were talking about digital literacy. Today, we're talking about AI literacy. And it's not just about how you know what it is, because it's kind of hard to know what it is, because it's evolving every minute, every second. But it's more like knowing what it is capable of and what it leads us to understand better about who we are. Because tools are useful, and we can do all kinds of bad things as well as good things with the tools if it's on the wrong hand. So capacity building is very important. We want to create the literacy all the way to advanced knowledge in how we control AI, especially in terms of, as I mentioned, negative externalities. The fourth C is about cooperations. The panel talks about different kinds of metrics and criteria that we want to use in different countries. And all of these are very important, because without cooperations, we can't have collaborations. And without collaborations, we cannot have creations. That said, the fifth C, I think, is equally important. Wang Laoshi from Shanghai mentioned that the whole idea of collaboration is good, but we cannot just have collaboration. We also need competition. Because without competition, if we put strict measures on new and urgent, new ideas so quickly, we ain't gonna get anything at all, because we are putting the lever too fast. So while we try to create framework, we have to create context, community, collaborative efforts, and capacity building, we also need to promote competitions so that people with great minds, great ideas, and different ways of looking at things could transform the way we live, work, play, and learn. The last C, again, I mean, I'm just coming up with these mnemonic devices so it's easier to remember. The actual policies written in the completely unliterate writing of our colleague here, you can read it from here. It's about compatibility, because there are things in life that AI is compatible with. For instance, AI is very compatible with manual works, repetitive works. You can use AI to automate things that you do repetitively every day, right? That's what's compatible with AI. But on things that are creative, ethical, humanistic, nobody would like to have a phone call by an AI, right? Because at the end of the day, we still live with our primitive brains that has spent 20,000 years developing. We can't just move with the pace of the AI that was governed by the exponential Moore's law that evolved 2 times every 2 months. So in the sense, we want compatibilities on things that work with our brain, work with our sense of humanities, and work with our sense of being in the world among one another, human beings. So with these C's, do you remember? Those who remember will get another gift box from UNPOG, okay? It's a context, community, capacity building, cooperation, competitions, and last but not least, compatibility. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I love that idea about compatibility. I was talking recently about, someone that was saying, when your friendships and your relationship, it's the effort that counts. When Facebook gave us that way to just send people a birthday message with just the click of a button, that birthday message doesn't count for anything. If you're a true friend, when Facebook reminds you that it's someone you know's birthday, you leave Facebook, go on WhatsApp and type a message because it's the effort that counts. Thank you so much, everyone. They were fascinating discussions, and I was reflecting as I was hearing back from all the groups. Not one of you presented. I gave you weird and wonderful futures to discuss, some of which may come about, some of which may not. But not one thing that you presented back to me was something that is completely off the table and unrealistic and something that made me think, oh, no, we don't want to do that. And that's very much the case with a lot of these foresight processes. You start to think through the examples and you come up with all these things that it would be great to be doing now anyway, but they're expensive. They take extra time. They require extra resources. They're not completely necessary. And so when we're looking to cut budgets, you go, oh, cut these out. But foresight can provide a great way to justify some of those extra expenses. You can say, okay, Minister, we don't need this now, but it sets us up for this future. If this future were to come about, if we have to move our countries due to sea level rise, if we have to explain to our citizens that actually the green tech fairy couldn't save us all, then by adding these extra measures into our policy today, we're just making them a bit more robust. You've had a tiny, tiny taster of a foresight process today. I set out the 5 modules that are in the toolkit this morning. This is a tiny little taster of the first one. We ask our policymakers to look at one disruption at a time and think through what it would mean for them and what it would mean for their policy. To remind you of the process, just so you can see how this fits into the bigger whole, the next step we would say, okay, let's have a look at 2 disruptions that are occurring together or more. Let's have a world in which there's a sea level rise and at the same time we've got huge advances in artificial intelligence. How would that look? Or let's look at a future in which green tech never comes about and we have to make massive behavioural changes. And it's at the same time that governments are more concerned than ever with well-being and as a metric of success. So how would that future look like? How does that change our policy recommendations? And from that, we start to group different disruptions out of that list of 25 that might co-occur together. And they form, once you've worked through them sort of one at a time, they form a great background for a scenario in which our governments are moving toward well-being as a metric of success. But we have huge high, temperatures that are, changing the way that we work, but we have artificial intelligence on hand to help us navigate this future. So what does that look like? What does that scenario look like? And what would we do today to prepare for it? And when we have that, we generally have our participants working in the same way that you are, breakout groups, so they hear from different breakout groups. We then look across all the different scenarios. And often we find that some of the policy recommendations for those very different scenarios are the same because they're about building strength, building resilience, building robustness, spending the extra dollars today to make our policies just that little bit more sustainable and agile, preparing for a broader range of possible futures, not just for the future that we expect today. We just heard from our AI colleagues, as they heard, AI is everywhere today. And I wish I had had the foresight when I was struggling to learn programming, computer programming, and I found it so hard. If only I had known that the language of computer programming would be English. I could have saved myself so much time and effort. And that's about what we want for strategic foresight. We want to open people's minds to the opportunities that future that could bring and prevent them from spending unnecessary resources and time going down a track which may not be the one that pans out in the end. So I hope you've enjoyed this tiny little taster of foresight. I've absolutely enjoyed watching all of these great discussions and hearing back all of your great policy recommendations. So please join me in thanking for the facilitators, and I'll hand back over to our organisers. Thank you.
This concludes Learning Lab 1. How about we give a big round of applause to our facilitator, Ms. Trish Lavery again, and also to ourselves for the active participation. We will now move straight to Special Session 1 on UN-DESA Curriculum on Governance, National Experiences from Mongolia, Mozambique, and Sri Lanka. I have the pleasure to introduce to you the moderator of the session, Ms. Sanyukta Samadar, Indian Administrative Service Commissioner, National Capital Region and SDGs Government of Uttar Pradesh, Government of India. Let us welcome her with a big round of applause.
Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So, well, this brings us to the last. Yes, this brings us to the last session of the day, and friends, what a day it has been. The inaugural day of the 7th Symposium on SDG Action here amidst Incheon. And this has largely been made possible by the amazing team and hospitality of UNPOG. A big round of applause for the team sitting there. And now, bear with me when I request you that please, let's keep the energy high, our eyes and ears on the screen, and for our distinguished participants. Can I please request my distinguished participants for the session from Mongolia, Ms. Narantuya Jaja, Ms. Tungalak Lakwa, Mrs. Samira Jayavardhane from Sri Lanka. Mrs. Salvo will be joining us online. He's from Mozambique. So a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our distinguished participants for the panel. And lastly, let me just assure you that if you keep the energy high and ask a lot of questions and focus on the presentations, I guarantee you an absolutely awesome dinner at the end of the session. So, well, so I am the moderator for the session. I'm Sanyukta. I've been working on sustainable development goals in Niti Aayog, which is the government think tank in the federal ministry, in the federal government of India. And we've worked, as a capacity building kind of a think tank, working in all the 36 subnational governments in India on SDGs, doing workshops, doing capacity building on SDG localization, down to the level of the districts and urban local bodies. So this is actually is the crux of today's session. It is my utmost pleasure to welcome to you the special session number 1, UN-DESA Curriculum on Governance, National Experiences from Mongolia, Mozambique, and Sri Lanka. The session will share how countries have embraced and acted on the UN-DESA Curriculum on Governance for Sustainable Development Goals, which has been developed to promote a very critical understanding of the sustainable development issues, enhance government capacity, strengthen not only our public institutions, but also our public servants who are actually at the cutting edge of implementing the SDGs, and also for bringing an awareness of the active role that public servants play in SDG implementation. Now, as you know, partner countries all over the world, supported by UNPOG, UN-DESA, are fast championing and aggressively promoting capacity building at the national and subnational level through a host of integrated programs which include capacity needs assessment, the designing and implementation of the goals and the roadmap for institutional strengthening, and capacities to develop, implement, and monitoring and evaluation policies towards SDG action. Now, it is in this context that we will today examine from the national experiences and lessons of Mongolia, Mozambique, and Sri Lanka, how they have managed to increase their capacities for SDG implementation with the support of UNPOG and UN-DESA. I would like to inform you that today we'll have 4 presentations, 1 online, and after all the presentations have been made, let me not go through the, the details of that. We'll take questions from the participants and everybody here. So I will also request my fellow colleagues to stick to the time limit of 8 minutes. Let me, without much ado, hand over the mic. We'll invite the first speaker for the session, and this will be delivered by Ms. Narantuya Jaja, Associate Professor, Department of Public Administration, National Academy of Governance in Mongolia. She will present on the National Workshop on Effective Governance for Sustainable Development in Mongolia. Please give a big round of applause for Ms. Narantuya, and over to you, ma'am.
So, good afternoon, distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen. It's my privilege to present here at the 7th Regional Symposium. Let me express my deepest, sincere appreciation to UNPOG, UNDESA, and the Ministry of the Interior and Safety and the Incheon Metropolitan City. So I will cover the topic of effective governance for sustainable development in Mongolia. I'm sorry. How? I will cover this topic from the perspective of National Academy of Governance, how it's contributing to the implementation and accelerating SDGs in Mongolia. Our institute is the only public training and research institute under the Cabinet Secretariat of the Government of Mongolia. So, excuse me, how to... green one. Okay, thank you. So I will briefly touch upon Mongolia's commitment to sustainable development goals and the role of governance in achieving them. But I will do it very briefly since United Nations Resident Coordinator Mr. Tapan Mishra already talked about it in details. Second, I will focus on the National Workshop on Effective Governance for Sustainable Development in Mongolia. And finally, I will address the follow-up actions by the National Academy of Governance as the training institute. Okay, in general, Mongolia established governance is the most critical obstacle to achieving its long-term development goals. So since 2015, there have been institutional mechanisms set up to oversee the implementation of SDGs and the development policy of Mongolia. The State Great Khural, the Parliament of Mongolia, established institutional mechanism set up to oversee the implementation of the SDGs. The State Great Khural, the Parliament of Mongolia, also established an SDG subcommittee under the Economic Policy Standing Committee. And in 2020, the Great Khural approved the long-term development policy Vision 2050. So this Vision 2050, as Mr. Tapan Mishra mentioned, aligns with the SDGs by 84%. So I would like to emphasize the main objectives of governance in Vision 2050. These are the 6 important objectives: smart governance, smart structure, e-Mongolia, competent and ethical civil service, a society that upholds human rights, and corruption-free governance. So, also I would like to emphasize about the United Nations Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework. This is one of the important documents for accelerating SDG for Mongolia. This framework document was signed by the Minister of Economy and Development and the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the United Nations Resident Coordinator. So one of the 3 strategic priorities is to focus on human-centered governance, the rule of law, and human rights. So this is, also I should highlight the second VNR that Mr. Mishra mentioned. So we submitted this July, and I would like just to highlight what is mentioned in the VNR. Weak institutional capacities and the financing gap are the prime challenges to achieving SDGs in Mongolia. So before we submitted our renewed national commitment to SDG Summit in September, there have been several consultative forums, meetings, and the national forum was organized. And during this process, 12 accelerators have been identified. I would like to just focus on mention the relating to the governance one. Foster effective governance and policy coherence and achieve complete digital transition through innovation and science and technology. So now let me move to the second point about the national workshop we have organized on 7th through 13th June of this year. This workshop was organized in collaboration with the UNDESA through its DPIDG and UNPOG with the engagement of UNRCO in Mongolia and other United Nations partners, including the ESCAPE. So as our moderator mentioned, the workshop was based on UNDESA's curriculum on governance for the Sustainable Development Goals. This workshop was attended by 50, okay, some of photos. I should show the opening session. So this workshop was attended by 50 senior to mid-level public servants from the ministries, departments, agencies, and units engaged in implementing the 2030 Agenda for SDG and the National Vision 2050. Okay, these are some photos taken during the workshop. So the workshop actually divided into 3 parts. 3 parts. The first part was dedicated to evaluating, to the training of trainees on effective national to local governance for SDG implementation. So 10 faculty members from the National Academy of Governance took part in the thought workshop, and these were the key, they played the key role in facilitating the subsequent core workshop on governance. And the day 2 through 4 was dedicated to the core workshop, and day 5 was dedicated to the national workshop for media officials. So we have covered quite a number of wide range of topics from institutional arrangements for policy, coherence, and to data governance and data management, and promoting transparency, accountability, and ethical behavior in public institutions. So let me now just highlight some insights from the workshop. Participants expressed this workshop provided an important opportunity for the NAUG trainers, government officials, and other stakeholders to exchange their ideas on effective governance practices. Also, participants were very happy about the diverse topics they have learned, and they actually expressed it. These topics were very useful to their knowledge. And finally, I will briefly give an account of follow-ups of what progress has NOWG as a training and research institution made in advancing the national workshop aimed at strengthening governance in Mongolia. So the most important event was the workshop, an online panel workshop we organized just 4 days ago. Before that, the results of the workshop had been translated into an action plan. And 60 civil servants from the 13 ministries took part in this online panel discussion. The panel was composed of the Cabinet Secretariat, UNRC office, UNPOJ experts, Ministry of Economy and Development, and NOWG. So there were 14 suggestions and recommendations from the participants for governance improvement regarding policy coherence, policy coordination, and the stakeholder engagement. So this is the online panel discussion we had. So also, we have organized the 3-stage training for mining mid-level managers aimed at strengthening the governance of the newly restructured state-owned enterprise. Erdenes Mongol, customizing the UNDESA curriculum on why changing mindsets critical to the implementation of the SDGs. So this session was led online by expert Anna Torland. We have developed a roadmap that we implementing it, and also we aim to reach a broad audience of public servants, including those in remote area. From January, we are planning to engage all back governors, the primary unit of local government, for this SDG customized training. Also, finally, NOWG enhanced its presence and contribution to the SDG acceleration discussion. We have participated in the consultation forum for academia to contribute to the Mongolia's renewed national commitment to implement SDG. And our rector, Suren Chemek, participated in the national forum jointly organized by the Ministry of Economy and Development of Mongolia and United Nations Resident Coordinator's Office in Mongolia this September. Okay, let me finish my speech by giving just a few conclusions. In the conclusion, on behalf of the NOWG, I would like to call for support from the United Nations in Mongolia and UNDESA, UNPOG on governance. First, we need advisory services support and resources for capacity development on governance for parliamentarians in Mongolia that we are planning to organize. And also we need support for the digital transformation training at NOWG for public servants. And fourth, we need support for the establishment of an accelerator lab at the NOWG for capacity development. And finally, we need support for conducting a study on corruption. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Narantia. So as ladies and gentlemen, as you saw, she highlighted the need and the context as to why capacity building becomes so important in the, when we are talking about the Agenda 2030. The Agenda 2030 is such a cross-cutting and intricate kind of a maze that government as its own with its separate ministries really can't do justice to it because of the cross-cutting intersections that is inherent in the agenda. And therefore, she also highlighted the need for partnerships, the partnership between international organizations, UN agencies, UNDESA, the UN Resident Coordinator's Office in the country, in terms of complementing the efforts of the country in capacity building. The workshop she highlighted very beautifully. Also, what I feel is important also largely because the content of the workshop is more, focuses largely on vertical integration, horizontal integration. What actually one must understand as public servants, as we've been working in the public service for 20, 30 years, so what happens is that after a workshop, we often forget. And the context and the content of the workshop often gets lost if we do not have follow-up, catch-up sessions with the mid-level and the senior level government officers in terms of have they actually taken the key, the takeaways, and are they retaining the takeaways in their multiple fields of service, in the transferable jobs and so on and across their sectors. So I would request UN DESA, UN POG to, and UNRC sir here himself here, that kindly take a note of the fact that after a certain point of time, let's say 6 months after the training session, what is that retains? What is that the public servant retains in terms of implementing this agenda? So moving on, I'll request the second speaker, my distinguished colleague over here, Ms. Tunglak Lakhwa, Editor-in-Chief of Mongolian National Youth Agency, Mongolia, to share her presentation on communication, risk-informed communication for reporting on emergencies and disaster risk reduction. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, dear participants. Natural disasters have been obviously occurring more frequently and stronger in the world in the last decades. The United Nations has warned that natural and social disasters such as earthquakes, droughts, and plagues will continue to increase. Recently, the whole world experienced the COVID pandemic. And, okay, thank you. Okay. Recently, the whole world experienced the COVID pandemic and learned lessons and experiences. At this time, the world is focusing on reducing the risk of disasters, and every country is making efforts to be able to overcome the risks. For Mongolia, although our country has a harsh climate, it has a lower risk of natural disasters. Mongolia faces disasters such as drought, a severe periodical disaster, droughts, earthquakes, floods, and wildfires that occur from time to time. Since the dawn of 20th century, Mongolia experienced significant droughts in 1944, 1956, and 1968. Drought lasted 150 days and killed 9.2 million animals in 1944. In 1968, drought lasted 165 days and killed 4 million animals. Of course, there was no possibility to report firsthand from the scene at that time. Reports of the effects and risks of the drought, as well as ways to reduce and avoid the damages to be in the future, were made. In addition, the communities and the herdsmen's triumphs over the periods of drought were highlighted. One of the actual instances of this in the production of Braves of Great Gobi, play written by the production of Braves academic Bamboo Rinching based on the events of 1944. Mongolia has blanketed by successive years of droughts from 1990 to 2002. A Mi-8 helicopter carrying journalists and member of parliament, Atombeleg and UN workers familiarizing themselves with the circumstances of drought crashed in the winter of 2002, killing a number of people. Since 1957, there haven't been any earthquake-related catastrophes that directly harmed the populace, society, or economy. It's influenced by the large area and sparse population. Earthquakes often occur in rural areas and uninhabited areas which reduce the risk of disasters. Of course, we are talking about the established general attitude compared to the past. Communication, technical and technological conditions for working in such situations have improved, and the perspective of journalists have also changed. Most recently, representatives of our media organizations worked at the epicenter of strong earthquakes in Turkey, prepared information and reports from the ground, and even held a photo exhibition. The global coronavirus epidemic was the most recently significant calamity humanity faced. Many events took place in 2020 to 2021 when the principles of work of media organizations and government agencies regulating the government and development of events conflicted. And in some ways, media organizations' right to inform and citizens' right to know were violated. This was caused by the lack of experience and the unpreparedness of government institutions, media organizations, and journalists to work in disaster and emergency situations. However, we believe that the COVID situation has increased the capacity of our media organizations and journalists to work during a disaster that affects society. At the time, health and emergency organizations provided information at specific times each day. The media reported the information promptly, which not only prevented the pandemic from spreading, but also served as a significant incentive for the general public to engage in conquest communication and lower the risk of infection. It can be said the journalists have fulfilled their obligations and responsibilities during the pandemic, and I believe it became a good lesson for media organizations. Learning from this, it was recognized that media organizations and journalists working in emergency situations and disasters need to establish simple and clear operations standards. Without wasting any time, this work should be carried out with the assistance of international organizations and with the study of best practices from other nations. On the other hand, it's believed that ensuring the promptness and accuracy of information by activating the cooperation of state authorities, emergency agencies, and media organizations in improving the coordination of operations, we can meet the requirements of modern transparency and openness. There is a study conducted by professional organizations that predicts Mongolia will experience an annual increase in the risk of droughts, flood, earthquakes, fire, and infection illnesses. In collaboration with nations such as Japan, the National Emergency Management Agency, and the Mongolian Academy of Sciences have specifically informed and forewarned about the rising frequency of earthquakes in the area around Ulaanbaatar, where half of Mongolians' population resides. In recent years, training of what to do of the event of an earthquake has been organized in stages. Our media outlets are also covering earthquake incidents and issuing alerts. Mongolia's oldest national media organization, Montsame, Mongolian National News Agency, is doing certain works in the direction of increasing the participation and role of the media in reducing the risk of emergency and disasters within the framework of social responsibility. Montsame Mongolian National News Agency, together with United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs and the National Academy of Governance, organized the national workshop for media officials on risk-informed communication for reporting of emergencies and disaster risk reduction. In it was a very important and timely event to learn how to report emergency situations, reduce disaster risk, and raise awareness about disaster risk. The participants noted that the workshop was a clear impetus to further improve the capacity of Mongolian journalists to work during disasters. As part of our social responsibility, we are ready to organize this type of training in cooperation with other stakeholders. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Nugla. So what I think after this, we can fairly well conclude that after Mr. Tapan Mishra's presentation on Mongolia, then again 2 of my colleagues' presentations on Mongolia, we can actually go back to our countries and write a paper on Mongolia. But thank you, Tunglak. On the lighter note, you did talk about a very serious issue, the role of media. The role of media in taking the advocacy of the Agenda 2030, of disaster risk reduction, and this entire campaign, not restricting it to the government, but taking it to the last mile, to the last citizen who lives in the country and who's actually the beneficiary of that entire process of Agenda 2030, because at the heart of it lies no poverty and leaving no one behind. So media is one of the major stakeholders. It's the private sector, it's the community, it's the civil society, it's the business. But yes, no one can overlook the role of media. And they are the partners in development. They are the partners in the process of any government in any country. Moving on, my dear friend, Mr. Samira Jayawardene from Sri Lanka. So he is one of the critical officers who is actually deals with the ICT, deals with the digital technologies, Associate Chief Digital Economy Officer in the ICT Agency of Sri Lanka. He will today present on accelerating digital government transformation in Sri Lanka, strengthening digital governance for sustainable development, which is actually the core of the symposium. Over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. So good afternoon to everybody. So I'm going to steal 20 seconds from your life. Is that okay? Only 20 seconds. I'll give it back. If you don't mind, can you all stand? Please. Thank you. So let me say, Ayubowan. That's a greeting from Sri Lanka. Says like this. Let's say Ayubowan. Thank you. Thank you so much. Please be seated. Yes. So the meaning of Ayubowan is may you live a long life. So that means I give it back to you. So let me start by thanking the moderator and the organizers. So I'm going to take next 8 minutes to describe about a little bit on the accelerated digital government transformation, especially related to sustainable development. So this is green, I suppose. Yep. Move on. Yeah. So if you know Sri Lanka, now it's an island nation, relatively small island, but you can see some data. We have almost 80% rural, 20% urban, and we have 50+% represented by women, and we have 1.5 million government workers. That's a huge number when you consider the total population of 21 million. So this is the context. So, and we are, striving really hard with the socio-economic challenges we are facing throughout last couple of years. Now, if we get into the digital transformation journey of Sri Lanka, now we have started with initially in 2004, 2014, we were focusing on MDGs, of course, facilitating Sri Lanka, that's enabling, empowering the nation, cut across different sectors with digital and other aspects aligned with MDGs. Then 2015 to 2020, we focused on creative knowledge-based society. That is the citizen empowerment and the adoption part of it. Since 2020, now we recently actually launched the Digital Economy 2030 strategy, which is aligned with the 2048 national strategy, aligning with sustainable development goals on 2030 and beyond that. So this is where we're standing. And so if I get into the digital government transformation, why I talk about digital all the time? Because we believe even if you take all goals, SDG goals, this digital is cut across. It's an enabling factor. It's a factor which empowers society, business, and regions. So you have to have a proper mechanism. I think my wrong presentation loaded. If you don't mind, can you put up the PPT presentation if you have, or else I can continue with this. Can I make a sign? Yeah. Yeah, this is PDF presentation. Do you have PPT presentation with you? No, I think this is the PDF. No, you don't have. Fine, cool. I'll move ahead with this. No worries, no worries. So, so the entire thing focused on the citizen-centric digital government. So this is not just typical digital government. It's about empowered, capable digital government, which is embraced digital positively, so that government is culturally geared to provide citizen-centric digital services. So we call it digital savvy government. So ultimately how it's going to happen is the competent people with the competent people or the capable people within the government, cut across from the leadership to the downstream, make effective organization so that we can provide effective services to citizens. So that's the integrated approach we have established. Now you can see 4 strategies are being implemented. The first and foremost is about digital maturity model. Now this is again pretty much aligned with the global SDG agenda. So we are assessing the digital maturity of the government, whether they are empowered, whether the organizations are capable to digitally deliver and digitally capable to facilitate this transformation. So we have already developed the framework and it's being adopted. Then we do have government CDIO, Chief Digital Information Officer initiative, which is actually facilitate the leadership, institutional leadership, which is going to take part on driving the transformation. Thirdly, the transformation units. So that each organization will have transformation units that dedicatedly facilitate the transformation geared with the facilitation. Finally, next-gen Gov officers. We call these next-gen Gov officers. We have about 1.5 million government officers, but if you remove the military, teachers, and health, we have 750,000 government officers. What we are trying to identify here is, this division of innovation curve. We are trying to identify the early adopters, 100,000 early adopters, and capacitate them rapidly. So we believe them to go back and embrace this positively and implement this across the government. So I'm sorry, the other animation, but I can show you. But there are 4 models I can show you. The first one was the digital this maturity model. The second one was the CDI framework. This is the transformation unit. Apart from that, there's another next-gen Gov slide, but that's fine. The context or the understanding here is holistic development, holistic integrated development across the government, from topmost layer, from the President Office to Prime Minister's Office to the ministry, to the regional level, divisional and district administration to local authorities. So you have to have this umbrella holistic strategy or an integrated approach to be implemented to ensure organizations are capable, plus the employees are capacitated. They are positively embrace the effective adoption of digital, plus how they're going to contribute sustainable development. Now these are some of the context or the current status. You can see some of the images from the workshop we held together with UNDESA and UNPOG and Sustainable Development Council of Sri Lanka. And we are moving on again with rapid skills development and capacity development plus e-leadership development across different layers within the government. Then if you move on, so the next-gen Gov I explained earlier. Now at the moment, we do have about 2,034 next-gen government officers. So why this is important? Because you can't train all these millions of people in the government, not necessarily also. So what we are trying to do here is we need to make these evangelists who are capable and positive and work, understand the sustainability, the SDGs, understand the transformational requirement, and being transformational leaders themselves. And we are continuously capacitating them. They have to go back to respective organizations and make others capacitated. We have an ambitious plan to complete 100,000 in 2025. Now, these are some of the learnings from the National Capacity Building Workshop itself. Only 4. One thing is the government leader. As one research, I can remember maybe the Dr. Satyanarayan from India. So even though you have all the zeros, if you take 1 million, you have zeros towards right-hand side. You know, you have resources, planning, human, and everybody. But if you don't have the institutional internal leadership, that's the one. So that's very, very important. We believe that is essential. So we make sure that's being addressed. Then integrated capability development. So in Sri Lanka also we face these difficulties at early days. So there are a lot of clusters and a lot of isolated, siloed approaches. The integrated development is quite essential. That's why this framework adoption is quite important. And the adoption by design. So adoption by design is essential. Even the policies, the regulations to the initiatives. Then adhere to the best practices. You don't have to reinvent the wheel, so you can just get on with that. Now, this is our ambitious plan, and it's being implemented right now. So with the support, actually, with this workshop and the follow-up initiatives we have conducted with UNDESA and UNPOG was supported and backed with this integrated approach. So you can see the national strategy is being formulated. The National Digital Economy 2030 strategy already launched, but this new strategy for the government being formulated. And the other stuff, what I mentioned earlier, it's being already implemented and adopted. So one of the lessons I can highlight here is once you have this integrated approach developed or at least adopted up to a certain extent, you should be able to, as someone asked earlier, maybe someone about the follow-ups. So leaders tend to forget things. The government policymakers, even the parliamentarians getting changed. Countries like Sri Lanka, I think it's common to the suburb also. Political vision changes. Sometimes head of organization changes. Everything gets collapsed. So that's very, very important for you to have a second-tier pool. That's the extent gov, so that you can positively go downstream and adopt this across the board. So we can talk many things, but this is my personal motto. It's like, vision without mission is a daydream. Mission without vision is a nightmare. So I firmly believe on think big, start small, and replicate fast without just talking. You have to implement and see how it goes. If it's going to fail, you have to learn, you have to redo the whole thing. So that's the approach actually we have been taking for last 1.5 years. Would like to thank UNDESA and especially the Caping for his passionate engagement. So happy to take any questions. Thank you so much. Have a pleasant evening.
Thank you so much, Samira. Didn't you feel that he really loves his job? That's what we need when we are closing down for dinner. So yes, what did Samira speak about today? I can give you 3 acronyms I took back. DPI, which is there in India, which we already know. DPG, this is what he told me when we were having a cup of coffee. And what I saw in his presentation is DSG. So DPI is digital public infrastructure, the entire set of infrastructure that has to be put through for an identity creation, for a payments interface, for data sharing, and so on. Digital public goods. Now, public goods, something which the government provides, the public service delivery system, but also how does one create this interoperable system and standards for the DPI, which can be used by the private sector to provide its N number of services and goods. And finally, the DSG part, the digital savvy government. Yes, the UN officials will definitely think of your DSGs, but here we are talking about the digital savvy government. And obviously, the last but not the least, the most important, the enabler, what is required in any country is the digital literacy, which you again spoke about. You know what, Samira? These are some of the things which I'll talk about tomorrow in my presentation as well. So yes, it's more or less like an echo. And all this is largely through, again, that entire set of capacity building. There are tremendous challenges when we are talking about digital literacy. What does a country have to do to enable its citizens to gain access to public infrastructure? The digital infrastructure is basically giving them that learning, that education, taking that education curve to that next level. And this is where, again, I will come back to the entire system of partnerships, and this is all what we are talking about today. Also, what it took me, one idea of yours really, kind of resonated with me is creating the champions of change, creating that 100,000 influencers in every organization who are going to champion this, who are going to, again, take it down to the next level and percolate down into the most grassroots level of functionaries. So thank you so much. And moving on, we will now take our Mrs. Salvo, who will be joining us online. So Salvo Chamo is the Green Economy Policy Analyst, Ministry of Land and Environment from Mozambique. Have you been able to connect him online? Okay, so hi Salvo there. So thank you so much for joining us online. It would have been great if you were here in person. But you will be talking largely on risk-informed governance and decision-making for circular economy, green growth, and climate action in Mozambique, a really hot topic. And this topic is, I'm sure, will resonate with all our participants from all our countries. Over to you, Salvo.
Thank you. Greetings from Mozambique. Good afternoon there in Korea. Good morning here in Mozambique. And once again, thank you, Dessa, for organizing this symposium. And also standing for the moderator and my colleagues, panelists from Sri Lanka, Mongolia. It is a pleasure to exchange experience with your countries on how progressing in terms of CDGs. Yes, my presentation will highlight how countries is progressing in terms of efforts, in terms of component of green growth, climate change, and circular economy. And also I have to the national workshop held here in Mozambique with the support of DESA, who is a key partner for CDG's implementation in Mozambique. Next slide, please. Yes, I'll start as I say that the national workshop on the circular economy, green growth, climate change, held in Mozambique with support of DESA. These as done by request of our government through the Ministry of Land and Environment, where I'm working for, requesting technical assistance to INDESA for capacity building and policy, reforms and tools to enhance the government implementation on CDGs. So the main objective was to build the capacities and other stakeholders to accelerate the agenda 2030 for sustainable development and African Union Agenda 2063. You had 6 participants from different stakeholders, mainly the governments, departments, and municipalities, local government agencies, NGOs, so private sector as well. It was a very participatory meeting with all those, and you had the 3 thematic areas. The day 1, we have the risk-informed governance. And day 2, we concentrate to focus on the role of public institution. And day 3, we have empowering the public institution. Next slide, please. So these are some images of the workshop. As you see, it was very positive event with the different stakeholders ranging from government to NGO, private sectors. Next slide, please. That's got the picture and what's the current situation regarding the climate change scenario in Mozambique. As you might know, Mozambique is considered one of the Africa's most vulnerable countries to climate change events. And these are recurrent extreme events. Also, we have been facing droughts, floods, storms, cyclones, and frequent cycles. And Mozambique also is ranks 174 out of 8 countries per capita greenhouse emissions, which is account about 0.06% to global emission. And is 35 most suitable for the climate change and prepared for climate change impacts. So this call for, a response and the preparedness for the country for urgent action regarding the climate change response. So as I mentioned, the country is frequently facing the climate change disaster events, like in 2002, Mozambique was hit by tropical storm called Ana, Dombe depression, and in February, which impacted about like 1 billion people. Next slide, please. So here there's some what the country is doing to address in terms of tools and policy response for enhancing green growth, tackling climate change. You have in terms of green fiscal reform incentives in order to incentivize the private sector to engage with investments for the green finance and green investment. So we have at the policy level, the government role in terms of integrated green indicators in policy and planning level at the national development strategy. You will be drafting this national development strategy, which these indicators already mainstreaming in there. And also in our government cycle, you are always you have indicators into these priorities at government priorities at the national level, also at the local level. Another tool policy is the resource mobilization strategy for climate change and green growth. Have been approved. And also another important tool is the technical support in donor funding commitment, and of course the technical capacity building, as I mentioned. There's a great support from UNDESA at the capacity building and at the technical level as well, at all levels of government. And I think access of technology is a key input for enhancing the green growth and climate change. Also, innovation practice is in community engagement. And also, to last but not least, the private-public partnership is a very important tool, a very important step in order to engage all those stakeholders in terms of green investments. Next slide, please. Yes, as I mentioned, resource mobilization is very important tool for the for enhancing this green growth and tackling climate change. That's here I show some example of how country is mobilizing in terms of international climate funds. That is a part of our architecture of public institution that complementing the domestic resources in order to fulfill the gap in terms of the funding to respond to climate change, circular economy, and green growth. So there are several funds available, like the Green Climate Fund, the Adaptation Fund, and the Global Economic Facility. Those have been set up for that Convention of Climate Change. And it highlighted the role of the Minister of Economy and Finance, who was the authority focal point for Green and Climate Fund, and our Minister of Environment, who's the focal point, institutional focal point for Environment and Global Facility, the GEF. So as you see by this data, how the country is financing the resources that have been deployed for the climate for climate change. So I see different kind of resources. Next slide, please. Yes, there's a group activities to get inputs from different participants from different institutions who about the roadmap, how the country can find a way to proceed in terms of sustainable development goals. Mainly focus on different components such as green economy, circular economy, and climate change. So I can see we had a different discussion and insights from different participants. I'm going to share in next slides. So from different perspectives, you have here share what the country has been doing through the different actions and the projects and initiatives. To highlight some of them, like the country developed the local adaptation plans. To highlight, this is one of the pioneer initiatives in Africa that's done by Mozambique. You also designed the Green Economy Action Plan, a roadmap for 2018-2030. You already submitted the National Voluntary Report on CDGs, and also drafting the strategy for climate change. And currently in the process of drafting the circular economy strategy. So all those policy reforms are tools in order to enhance the country efforts to achieve the CDGs and the Agenda 2020. And also to highlight, the Mozambique also joined the Africa Carbon Market Initiative, as you can see by graphs, which is an important mechanism in order to enhance the good management of resources, natural resources. Next slide, please. So now here I will share how the ideas to develop a country Mozambique roadmap for green growth vision and the development of sport program. Here you have some steps, like including the draft of action plan, which is going to be finalized by all the institutions. We have been part of the workshop, and as a Ministry of Environment and Ministry of Economy and Finance, going to take a lead to implement this action plan. And of course, with the support of UNDESA and other partners like GGI, is the Institute for Green Growth, based there in South Korea. Yes, you also aim to promote the UNDESA curriculum governance and other tools, and also have support and collaboration of UNDP in Mozambique, DPNG, UNPOC from Korea, and they're going to follow up and update the current technical system that we request from UNDESA, and also explore other options in terms of technical capacity. I think you're going to benefit from this regional symposium and got some experience from other countries on how to implement this green growth and development support program. Next slide, please. Yes, as I mentioned in the previous slide, at the local level, at the country level, all those ideas and ideas on how to implement the development support program, we had we're going to count with support of UNDP Mozambique, and you will soon share the general action plan and the roadmap for the next 5 years. So that's I want to share from Mozambique for this symposium, and thank you all for listening, and open for questions and other.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Salvo.
you very much.
Thank you so much. From Mozambique, what he has done beautifully is basically spoken about how vulnerable the country is to climate-induced risks. What is the level of institutional capacities, the weakness of institutions, and therefore how it can be strengthened. And he's also spoken about the way the workshop has been able to focus in terms of improving the capacities of the implementing agencies on green growth, on climate action. Apart from climate action, what I personally feel is the issue of climate justice also needs to be spoken about. These are the areas, these are the platforms where countries, LDCs, middle-income countries, growing emerging market economies, they are moving more and more towards green growth. At the same time, what one has to talk about is also climate-related justice. There are vulnerable sections. There are people in the periphery who are still not capable of absorbing the new technologies, who are still not capable of affording the new technologies. How is it that we induce a behavioral change in them? How is it that we are able to make these green technologies more and more affordable, user-friendly, and accessible to everybody? These are the kind of issues, I think, which come up in topics like these. Now I would like to throw the floor open for questions. Participants are here, and you've gone through the presentations, and I told you that you will get your awesome dinner only if you ask questions. So I'll make a note of whoever isn't asking questions, and then we'll raise the red flag outside. So over to you guys. Questions? Do I see a hand? Yes, thank you. Please introduce yourself and also the member you would like to ask a question to.
Hi, this is Ali Kamal from Pakistan, Ministry of Planning, similar to Niti Aayog. And just a comment, you said that we need to make policies, we need to make some plans to sensitize those people who for adapting these technologies. Even if the older people, sorry, I'm using this word, older people are not taking or adopting this technology we are making for the youth, because I'm just saying it very loud. The experience I have, the electricity bill, which is now paid online in almost all parts of the world, but people still are paying it in the bank because they can see the stamp. So at least if we are making advances on the digital technologies and the youth is adopting it, we should go for that. Yeah. And let's hope for the best that the other people who are not adopting to that, we should do that. One question from my friend, though he's very younger to me, his little brother. We have a twinning exercise with Sri Lanka in 2022 VNR, and we came to know that your education system and your, especially in health system, is very resilient. And then you have, we have two IMF issues. You came out of it after 1.5 years to 2 years. That's what we are planning to. After all those collapses, because I know that this group has non-GDP happiness index, which is very true. But if you are living in a rural area and you're happy, then you don't need more money to be happy. You're happy. So how resilient were you while you were having 96.7% of the literacy rate and very good health system in place? Even in COVID, you were behaving very good as far as the South Asia is concerned. How much difficulty you face after coming out of those crises, which IMF is leveling for you in Sri Lanka?
Samir, you have a mic? I think you take this. So something's wrong with this.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. If I may tell you, I mean, it's worse than that. In Sri Lanka, actually, we haven't had fuel for, I think, 6 months in 2022. One of the classic examples was National Fuel Pass. So when it was introduced, it's a QR system. You have to get it through an online application. Everybody says no one will use it. That's users were 8 million vehicles in Sri Lanka. 3 weeks it didn't use, but one approach, actually government made it a half, like 50% mandatory. So if you don't do that, you don't have fuel. So that's one way of looking at that, but being into adoption, that's not the best way of doing that. It's about positively embrace the digital. So if I take the second part of it, yes, we face a lot of difficulties, a lot of challenges. Our approach was, government actually didn't fund even for these initiatives. Government spent only about, like I can tell you, like 2.8 million LKR. So, I mean, when you compare with the work. So what we have done was we made a lot of collaborations with the industry and the ecosystem. Ecosystem means CBOs, community development entities, and the regional entities. So we worked as a consortia. Actually, our entity, ICTA, facilitated. We managed to pull in large corporates, multinational entities like Microsoft, Meta, and multiple other entities, and UN agencies, ADB, UNDP, and multiple other entities. They have taken certain aspects of this, but for them to take it up, I think the good thing we had was we had some sort of solid frameworks and plans on our hands. For an example, the education, we have the digital education master plan and strategies. We can show them, now these are the priorities, how you can help us. So one thing I think how we managed to pull it through was we had some homework done, including some strategies and frameworks with some pilots, quick pilots. I'll give you an example. First like 150 next-gen Gov officer training was fully funded by Microsoft. Then we actually worked with multiple other entities and get on with that. And everything actually done with partnerships and through resource pooling. At this moment also, we have a resource pool about 361 from the industry. ICT industry CEOs, ICT industry folks, the experts. Fortunately, we have good ICT industry in Sri Lanka, actually, which is bringing in, this is the second largest export revenue generator in Sri Lanka. If digital economy represented about 5%, 5.1% from the GDP right now. It's not enough, but still we have capable resources. We are trying to, we tried and we managed to pull the support from local entities and local resources. That's how we managed to do this capacity building. But if you ask the adoption part of it, we had a very structured approach. I think there's another question coming up on that online. Maybe I'll take separately on that question. Yeah. Hope I answered the question. Yeah.
Yeah. So now I would like to take some questions which have been raised by our online participants. Fair enough. The first question is for Tunglak here. Tunglak, the question has been raised as to how can we effectively tone down media sensationalism in reporting natural disasters. Well, I can definitely say it's a universal problem, but yes, you have to speak in the Mongolian context. Over to you.
Reports on effects and risks of natural disasters, as well as ways to reduce and avoid the damages that may happen in the future, we made. There are 500 media organizations almost in Mongolia, and all of them, almost of them, is private. And so it's not possible to down all of them. There are only Mongolian National TV and Mansama News Agency state. And so we can down only 2 sections. And so learning from this, it was organizations, media organizations and journalists working in emergency situations need to have standards how to report this situation. And
so I'll just add to what Tunglak said about, reducing the media sensationalism part. I think everything boils down to a very effective communication strategy. So every government, every country has an organization, either it's the Ministry of Home Affairs or it's the Disaster Management Affairs Ministry. So it's very important to have an engagement with all sections of the media, whether it's the digital, whether it's the print, and have a very clear-cut, fact-based communication strategy, and have these continuous, engagements and interactions. I think during COVID and during these, the cyclonic effects, what we in the country do is every day there is a media, through the media house, the ministry official, the designated ministry official, who is the PR spokesperson, will actually give out the entire facts that the government has done, the damage, the extent to which the damage has been caused. And this way we maintain that, every channel will not really go haywire in terms of sensationalizing something and will report very factually. So with that, Samira, I think yours was a pretty popular presentation. So the next question is for you. How was the process of managing digital transformation in government service carried out in the hard-to-reach areas of Sri Lanka? I'll request you to keep it brief, please.
Yes, ma'am. So, so 2 things actually. One thing, being Sri Lanka is a relatively small country, but its population is, region, so what you call the urban to rural its percentage is very high, like 80% to 20%. So it's very important for us to go to masses. So what we have done in simple terms, yes, we understand the issue. So at the upfront, we tie up with the Ministry of Public Admin, Home Affairs, and Local Governance. I think it must be the same case in most of the countries. The Public Admin, Home Affairs, and Local Governance institution has wide infrastructure across the nation. In fact, actually, we have 332 auditoriums belongs to them, and there are 35 circuit bungalows, and I think about 250 odd labs. So what we have done, so we actually got all those into the initiative through a MOU, and with the resource pooling, we went downstream, and we managed to scale up very swiftly across the nation in a quick time with that facility, with the frameworks. The other thing is, actually, I couldn't show you. There's a site called lightindigital.gov.lk. There we have 2 frameworks and the tools. We used extensively online tools. There are 2 online assessments, one for digital government competency framework, and second one for the digital maturity assessment. So all those tools are very highly used across the region. Thirdly and finally, we managed to establish a governance mechanism across the nation. We have 25 districts. We managed to establish a district-level district digital transformation committee. So the district transformation committee headed by the person, parliamentarian who is representing that district, who is already responsible for the district's development. That's the chairperson of the district development committee. He is heading this committee. And we have managed to pull out a circular through the Ministry of Home Affairs by mandating them to assess the situation and do a plan, and continuously monitored by the district administration, not only the government administration, but the political administration also. You know, it's politically and institutionally, we binded with the circular. I think that's the way we managed to go downstream, but still, as you mentioned, we also firmly believe transformation happens not on wires or networks or computers, it happens on people's mind. So you have to have a nationwide digital literacy drive and capability development drive parallel to this. So we funnel a lot of initiatives. I don't have time to explain, but we have another thing called District Digital Readiness Index. First time in Sri Lanka, we managed to initiate with the census and statistics, district level, 25 parameters we identified and published an index. So we know these districts are, to be focused on maybe uplifting on digital literacy or the infrastructure or the connectivity or the services or education infrastructure or whatever. So those are some of the mechanisms we employed to make sure the regional dissemination or the equity across the nation in digital adoption.
Thank you so much, Samira. Any further questions? So a big round of applause for our participants. We'll just summarize it up with, I'm not going to recapitulate whatever our participants have said because you've heard them very diligently. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, the bottom line is 2030 is coming. We are half the way already. And this is the time we need to fly. If we can't fly, let us run. If we can't run, let us walk. And if we can't walk, let us crawl. Bottom line, we have to move. We have to move to reach the goalpost of 2030. And this we can move effectively only when we move together. We move in sync. We move together in partnership with all national governments, sub-national governments, local governments, international organizations, academia, business sector, community, civil society. So this is the kind of partnerships, the synchronized abilities that we are talking about. If we have to reach that journey of leaving no one behind and in this journey of sustainable and inclusive development. UNDESA, UNPOG's efforts, continuous efforts, persistent efforts in building, in being the biggest enabler, the strongest enabler in this entire journey by building capacities, by building institutional capacities, by building human capacities on the front of SDG action is really, really worth appreciation and applause. And we cannot do, member countries cannot do without this support. And with that, a big round of applause for the organizers and for this, this panel. With that, we'll end for the day. And I'll pass on the mic to my colleague Samuel and Shelley here, who will take it over from here. I think we have a group photograph also. I would like to request all of you to come back for a group photograph.
Hello. Okay, so this concludes the end of special session 1. And I would like to say a big thank you and for a wonderful session. I know we all enjoyed it. I know we are all tired anyway, but all too soon we've come to the end of today's last session. I want us to give them a big round of applause again for an excellent session. So whilst we try to run up for today, we will be having, I just want to pass on some few announcements or information for our consideration. We will have an evaluation every day. So for today's evaluation, kindly just scan the QR code on the paper we have on your table, the one for the surveys. We want to receive your candid opinion as to what has gone right and what we can do better next time. The other one is our participants who are joining us online. The link will be shared through the chat box in the Zoom link for you to kindly respond to that. We will really appreciate your responses, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow too. The other one I would just want to mention is that we have a board, a partnership board and cooperation board outside at the far end of the building. We have some stands there. We have kind of flip charts. You can kindly just walk there and write any capacity development needs you want or any capacity development support you may want to receive in future from UNPOG, UNDESA, and we'll really appreciate having that from you. The last but not least I want to mention is that we are going to have a welcoming dinner this evening. So what will happen is that before we have the dinner, we're going to also have a performance, an interesting performance from the Korea. So we all look forward to welcoming you. So what we'll do is that you don't have to go very far away from here. Just take a walk outside whilst we try to set up the place here. Right after that, we come back in, have the performance, enjoy the performance, and have the welcome dinner. I want to say, from us here, we thank you so much for your cooperation, your kind attention, and for all the wonderful audience we've had with you. Thank you very much. So we can just walk around.